On behalf of the cast of the Walt Disney World Resort, welcome to the Magic Kingdom. We could do space stuff while I'm working in KSP. We could do some space news. There's some Rule 8 stuff going down, and I'm not sure I even want to talk about it because this is, yeah. It's not space policy, it's more rhetoric at this point, and it's really annoying. Disney Monorail. Yep, Disneyland. Fallout 4 shirt today? Yep. Please stand clear of the doors. Where did I get it? I got it as a present. Josh, I don't know where this shirt came from. I think Brimo got it for me for Christmas. Is there a definitive height at which you could state the object is not in a decaying orbit anymore? Vinny, it depends on the object. If you take a piece of paper and you throw the piece of paper, it's going to... But if you take that same piece of paper and fold it into a paper airplane and throw it, it's going to act differently, right? And now I know what you're thinking. Why the heck, what does air have to do with it? Well, the reason an orbit decays, there's two reasons. And these are a subset of what's called orbital perturbing forces or orbital perturbations. What does that mean? So it's basically something that affects the spacecraft that while it's on orbit, that other than the spacecraft, right? So even up in space, up at 500 kilometers, so like 370, 400 miles, straight up that way, there's still atmosphere up there. The Earth's atmosphere has been detected as far out as the moon, which is, what, 250,000 miles that way? Traces of Earth's atmosphere have been detected out there. This isn't Planet Druidia from Spaceballs. There's not just like a set hard point where the atmosphere ends. However, the atmosphere does exponentially fall off. It's an exponential scale, meaning that pressure, as altitude goes higher, falls off more and more. As you get higher, the pressure goes down exponentially. It goes down at like...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like, so if you're at 100,000 feet and at 50,000 feet, right? It's not half of what you were, like, the atmosphere isn't half of the pressure of what it was at 50,000, right? That doesn't work that way. Now, to answer your question, the air molecules are that perturbing force that causes orbits to decay. The other one is Earth's non-uniform gravitational pull. Earth isn't a perfect sphere. It's an oblate spheroid, and there are some parts where the gravitational acceleration changes. It's usually around 9.81 meters a second per second, or about, 33 feet per second for America users, right? But it shifts. That number isn't exact as well because Earth's center of mass isn't directly in the center of Earth, right? So it kind of moves around a little bit. It shifts. So the gravitational pull is non-uniform. So those two forces are what cause an orbit to decay over time. More the atmospheric one than the gravitational pull one. But these perturbing forces, the gravitational stuff happens basically all the way out to the end of Earth's kind of gravitational pull, right? Hey, thanks for the subs, guys. Quit Smoking had a 9-month resub, and Xeon had a 7-month resub. Now, the big one is atmosphere. That's the big one. Even the ISS, up at 400 kilometers, which is 270 miles, right? I said it was 370 earlier. Sorry, I misspoke. 270 miles that way, the ISS experiences atmospheric drag, like throwing a paper airplane and that paper airplane eventually stopping, right? The ISS with those big solar panels is actually like a huge speed brake. Even up at 270 miles, which is about 400 kilometers and change, there's still drag up there, and it will decay. That's if something goes wrong, the ISS doesn't stay up there as a piece of space junk. Same thing with the SpaceX with their second stages, right? Really, that stops happening. Those atmospheric perturbing forces get negligible up around 600 kilometers, or what is that? Between 400 and 500 miles. That's when stuff really basically gets nil. It doesn't do anything. Those things that are up above 600 kilometers are not coming down for any they're not coming down for any non-significant period of time. I didn't say that exactly right. They are coming down for millions of years. Let's put it that way. I'll take this satellite, for instance. If we go on stuffin.space and you type in 1958, Vanguard 1, the Navy's first satellite, still up there because its perigee is above 600 kilometers. That was launched in 1958. It's still up there. It's one of the oldest pieces of space debris up there. Yeah. And the second stage that delivered it is also up there. And the payload fairing, too. Yeah, Vanguard 1, still up there. It will come down, but it's not coming down for hundreds of years. Yeah, that ain't coming down for a little while. Yeah, it's junk. It's a dead satellite. Vanguard 1 hasn't been online since the early 60s. It ran out of batteries. But yeah, it's still up there. Oh yeah, plenty of stuff like that. Yeah, stuff stays up there. And that's what just to tie it back into Starlink and stuff, that's what's cool about those Starlink satellites. Starlink satellites are in decaying orbits, so if there's a cascading effect or Kessler syndrome or two satellites hit each other, it'll all come back down eventually. That's pretty smart. That's a pretty smart place to put it. I bet Sputnik isn't still up there. The commies don't build it to last. Yeah. Sputnik decayed. Is there any scientific worth in retrieving it and seeing the stresses on the material? The top part of its orbit, King, is up into the Van Allen belt, so I probably wouldn't go send people to go and get it. I don't know. I think that's something we should do. But I think that would be, our time would be much better focused on getting stuff off the surface of the moon that we left up there. Like, King, imagine sometime in the near future a lunar starship landing on the surface of the moon. And I have always said that one of the Artemis missions should land at the Apollo 17 landing site. We should pick up exactly where we left off. Pick up exactly where we left off. Where we close that book on the moon, reopen it and open it up right at the page where we left off and start writing, keep writing the story, right? Can you imagine a lunar starship? A lunar starship has the payload capacity to take one of the lunar rovers, the LRVs, and bring them right back, bring it right back into rectilinear halo. You could pack that thing up. You could pack it up and bring it home. I'm not sure if it would fit on an Orion capsule. I don't think it would fit inside of an Orion's cargo bay, but you could take pieces of it, bring them back, see how they fared. Sure, no problem, Vinny. That's my job. Shouldn't be that hard to capture space debris, or am I being naive now? Joe, it depends on what it is. It's a little bit more difficult than you think. Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult than you think it is. You have to have some kind of grapple fixture attached to a piece of debris to be able to go and get it. Or you could do what an MEV can do, the Mission Extension Vehicle, MEV-1, which is something that Northrop Grumman is working on. MEV-1 and MEV-2 actually go and latch on to... they grapple onto a satellite's payload attachment fitting, so the flange that it was used to attach to the rocket, it actually picks up on that by using a pilot dowel that goes up the satellite's thruster nozzle. Yeah. And they pick up on it that way. So there are ways to grapple it, but yeah, you got to be very careful. It's not like Kerbal where once you get near something, the docking port magnetizes. Yeah, capturing space debris is very difficult. It would be like trying to rendezvous two crafts together in KSP without any docking port magnetization. It's very difficult. Even to get the docking ports lined up, still difficult. Here, I can show you the test and just try not to laugh. Please spare me. So see, it's got a little grabber, and then the pilot dowel will go up the satellite's business end here. and basically grapple the rear end, and it'll pull it in, and they'll attach to the payload attachment fitting. Best part is the engineer. Yes. 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 It is in fact inserted. Yes. You gotta find something to grapple against, and I guess they chose the rocket engine. What that satellite is designed to do is it's designed to attach to a satellite, right? And then a satellite that's out of fuel, and it could A, deorbit it, or it could B, extend the vehicle's mission. It's, called satellite servicing, which does not help with making it seem... yep, okay. Come on, bruh. Don't make this sounds like humans doing their own thing. Yeah, anyway. So, this shirt is doing no favors to the chroma. And it's not chroming out, but it's making me look like an icicle. Let me go. I'm going to go change my shirt real quick, and then we'll jump into some KSP. Oh, God. What are you doing, Step Satellite? I'll be right back. 1 second, okay? Okay. We're on a mission from Gad. Let's do this. So is the pad mostly finished? Guys, I think I might have to do an executive decision here with what we're working on. So we have that hanging off the pad thing, and that's really cool, right? But here, let's go and take a look. But
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Dish, 68-month resub. Rocket 68 just doesn't have the same ring to it. Call of a vote for an extension? No. No, no. No, 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 no. So I like this pad, and I think there is credibility to this design. However, you know, getting the truck to drive up on here without breaking its wheels is a rabbit hole that is going to delay the program if I keep sitting here trying to figure this out. So what I think I'm going to do is see last for space news. Okay. Not sure if you're doing space news today, but there's a couple of new ones from Phil. Yeah. Novus, I think I might need to press through. Unless, it's only 4:30. We can talk about space news and I can play at the same time. Lift the truck with a crane. Well, bam, that was my idea too. If we're lifting the stupid truck with a crane, why not just use this? I think this is going to take too long to go and try and troubleshoot, and I don't want to waste any more time. We're already 2 days behind schedule for test flying the thing. I'm literally going to make an adapter that looks like this to be able to go on top of the pedestal right here. Serious. The only thing I need to worry about is diverting the rocket's exhaust so it doesn't fry like this or that. And that's pretty much it. Space news about lunar vehicles. Yeah, Lockheed Martin and General Motors announced that they'll team up to develop a series of LTVs, or lunar terrain vehicles, for the Artemis missions. Electric Humvee on the moon when? Goalie, what's that? Pictures from the launch? Oh, great pictures, man. Oh, that second one, dude. Can you make the current pad go right up to the pad flush? So make it fully strong with no bend. The problem is that we're not at the right height, King. Yes, I can do that, long story short, but it pops the damn tires. Yeah, I don't want to sit here messing with this. Honestly, I really don't. Launch clamps would fix it. Guys, the thing is we... I can't understand why SpaceX isn't developing an extraterrestrial land vehicle unless they aren't telling anybody about it. Dish, speculation, sources, dude, trust me. I'm pretty sure that's Cybertruck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Cybertruck. But I can't prove it. I have no way of saying it. But think about it, dude. Cybertruck is a one-piece exoskeleton. It's an exoskeleton design. It's not like a unibody or a body on chassis. They completely over-engineered the truck. And keep in mind, I can't prove it. It's just speculation. But I have a feeling that they over-engineered the truck because it's not designed just to go on Earth. So, it's just a theory, though. I don't know for sure. That would also explain Cybertruck's really expensive price, but... No, I'm saying backup your current design. That wouldn't solve all the problems, King. No. Was it an RFP or sole procurement? For what, Phil? I haven't looked into the Lockheed Martin thing, to be honest with you. 60K is expensive, I mean, in terms of space vehicles. If you're mass producing, sure, why not? Like this, okay, so... Like, and this might be me reading too much into it, dude, right? But if you think about Cybertruck with the exoskeleton, right? Impact resistant, right? That's a great sell for people that want a truck here on Earth, right? But it wouldn't be too much to adapt a version of it that's mass produced, right? For the moon. In the same way that there's pickup trucks that Ford, for instance, sells with no pickup bed, right? Because they don't, you know, you don't use it as a pickup truck. You convert it into a work vehicle and make it into a cherry picker or a box truck or a flatbed or a wrecker or whatever, right? I mean, at least if I have my finger on the pulse correctly, I mean, but then again, I don't know. I might have my finger on the pulse, but I ain't a doctor, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, Phil. They announced it today. I haven't heard many details. I don't know, Dish. Yeah, I don't have the answers to those questions. I mean, it's possible, but once again, it's not anything that's concrete, dude. I have no idea. Alright, so, guys, I think I should make the an executive decision here. And at least for the suborbital demonstrator. Okay, here's why. I was thinking about this the other night. Back to this for a moment. This is a good demonstrator for what could be a pad for the big SSTO eventually. All right, it's a good demonstrator. It's possible. It could do it. Sure. Good idea. However, it doesn't make sense fully developing out a pad for what could be just a suborbital demonstrator. I'm going to need to put an adapter on this pad. I gotta fly it. I don't want to develop this anymore until I'm sure, or not, till we get a good orbital flight test here on the first SSTO to make sure that it can work. Check its payload capacity, performance to low Earth orbit, which is basically payload capacity, and re-entry and landing and everything. That's the big thing. I gotta test the heat shield, and I gotta do kind of a bare bones test, similar to how SpaceX is doing a bare bones orbital test with Starship sometime this summer. So this is a good proof of concept for the bigger SSTO, the big boy that we'll develop, because the big boy would be harder to use the crane with. So what I think I'm going to do is make an adapter and make this thing work with the pad that we have. Just to do the test flight. That wouldn't take very long. And keep in mind, this pad is great, and I'll probably end up using this because when you get to a bigger SSTO, like when we go to build out Venture Star, right? When we get to that thing, the crane will be that'll be difficult to make that work correctly. It'll be better to just integrate it like this and go. The crane can lift the SSTO. The crane's rated to, I've lifted up full Freedom 10 first stages with it with a load of fuel. So yeah, the crane is rated for the SSTO. It'll be able to pick it up. I just need to develop a bracket for it. And then picking up this should be really easy. SN-15's on the move. Good to know. So guys, I'm going to make an executive decision and halt production on this right now and make an adapter piece that works with this pad and go from there. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Is there enough room on the crane? We might need to modify the crane a little bit, Woodbite. No, let's do a piston pad, please. Once again, I will do a bigger version of this with the final version, Swishio, because it doesn't make sense. But I need to get some test data. I need the test data to make sure that this thing can scale correctly, dude. That's super freaking important. Why not adapt crane to pad? What? Can't you just add your own ramp? Is that an erector that you see there? Yeah, for the X-33, yeah. So you haven't been here. I built an X-33, and I just need to do some flight testing with it. Rad, does it work? It should. Yeah. I load tested this in an earlier version up to, I think we did 52 tons, and the orbiter dry is 48, or no, 40. So I overestimated it big time. It should work, and I mean, see, everybody, you guys want me to press with this. You guys want me to press forward with it. I could make my own ramp. I could make my own ramp out of panels. It wouldn't be the first time I've done that. The problem is that the part count's going to shoot through the roof because I need to use these. I don't want to use wings. They're too delicate. Yeah, Goalie, those pictures are fantastic. What is an erector pad? Swishio, taking the rocket horizontally and the pad moves it upright, rather than have a horizontal thing, having the crane pick it up and then move it on top of the pad. This is an erector right here. What I'm thinking is we could end up scaling up this design for the bigger version, right? Because we know this works. We could scale up the design for the bigger versions of this, because this stuttering, this idea works. It works just fine. And because the hydraulics are pushing into the ground, they don't drift very much. I'm serious. The only minor drift that I've gotten from this is the main hinges here because they're holding things up. That's the stump of the erector and the pad. But they don't drift very much. Seriously. I'm minimizing hydraulic drift because, once again, they're pushing into the ground. Have you ever lifted something that heavy with the crane? I've lifted up a fully Field Freedom 10 first stage, Phil, so yeah, absolutely. What I'm saying is not to abandon this idea. No, it's quite the contrary. I want to use this idea for the bigger SSTO, because the crane won't be able to move the bigger SSTO, but the crane will be able to move the small one for testing purposes. And we need to get a test flight in, dudes. Can you have a launch test truck that has it standing upright on it when the craft loads? I could, Bombadu, but that's... Yeah, of course I could do that, but why? Why would I do that? That doesn't teach me anything, because I have to develop out the GSE. That's what I did with Dart. No, I don't want to do that. Even though it's easier and it gets me to a flight test quicker, that's not going to help me in the long run, because even if I do a flight test and land the stupid thing, we'll drive it back over here. Remember, we got to reuse the thing. I want to be able to reuse it. So I want to be able to get this thing into the upright position and then back on the pad. We still have work to do on the orbital vehicle. That's very important. And once again, I could make a ramp. See why we couldn't. I could even make panels that kind of go down over here and smooth out this ramp if we really wanted to. Okay. I know a few days late here, but thoughts on the F-150 Lightning. I like it, Ian, and I'm waiting for someone to put a diesel generator in the bed so they can get a pickup truck that makes 127 miles to the gallon. Yeah, I'm waiting for someone to do that. Somebody will do that. Somebody will just throw a generator in the back and make an electric hybrid that's more in line with a diesel locomotive, instead of like how the Prius does it, having the electric motor on the drivetrain. They'll do it that way, and literally someone will make a pickup truck that makes, 100 miles to the gallon. It's MPGE, but it's still there. Yeah. Put turbines in the forward trunk. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, making the pad less rigid doesn't work, Woodbite. It gets me a good lip here so the wheels get on, and then because this thing is floppy, because it's floppy tech, you can see it's bending. Like, look, here, I'll show you. See what I'm talking about? Now watch what happens when I load physics, see? That right there, leaving this floppy, when I drive the vehicle on, it bends and then it Kraken strikes. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do that way. Can you charge them? I don't know, John. I have no idea. I don't want to talk about the F-150 right now, guys. I want to talk about this. So yeah, Ian, it's cool. I think it's neat. I actually have no problems with it. I still hate the Mach-E. And yeah, I think that's a good way to do an electric pickup truck. It's a better interim design for a pickup truck than Cybertruck is. Yeah, there, I said it. Interim, though. Cybertruck's the end goal because Elon Musk goes to the end goal and pursues the end goal. It's a good start. I think the adapter is the best option right now, guys. And don't get me wrong, we'll revisit this for sure. But making an adapter and putting the thing on here, I think, is a good solution in the interim. That's gross, S. Anyway, I'm gonna widen the crane out, and we're gonna make an adapter for this thing. What we can do in the meantime, though, is leave this out while we're doing test flights over here off this pad. We'll leave this out, and we can use it to kind of as a test to see how much everything drifts here. They are drifting a little bit. You see the lip right there? It's drifting. Just a little bit, though. It's not as bad as you might think. That's why I made the supports the way that I did, J-Speed, yes. Alright. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go over here. We're going to take this crane, and I'm going to recover it. And then I'm probably going to recover the pad, Freedom's pad right now as well. How do you even get those structures out there? I go into the VAB, and I move it over to the side in the VAB and hit the launch button, and it plops it on the ground instead of on the pad. There's no trick to this, dude. The trick is going in the VAB and just over there. That's it. Alright, so let's go in here. What if it was further back? Okay, Craze, I want to be very clear. I know how to fix that problem with the other pad. I know how to fix the wheels from freaking out. I've made ramps in the past that vehicles drive up on. I've done that. I know how to fix the problem. What I'm telling you, please listen. What I'm telling you is that the time it's going to take to fix that problem is time that I could be flight testing with the smaller version of the vehicle. I have a week and a half to build the big SSTO, man. That basically means all next week needs to be... I should have started it. I should have started work on the big one now. But I can't start work on the big one until I know that this design works correctly. I don't want to start making a design for the big boy and test fly this thing and figure out that it has an instability problem. I don't think it will, but it's not good. It's not good engineering to do that. I need some test data. We got to fly eventually because I can't do simulations. Okay? So it's not that I can't fix that problem. I've made ramps for custom launch pads in the past. I've done it. It's not that hard. It just takes some time to dial it in. So we can either sit here dialing it in for the rest of this week and then try to build a big SSTO and test fly this one next week, which, let's be real, I can't finish that in time. There's no way. There's no way that would happen. I gotta get some test flights under my belt, dude. Yeah. Or we could sit here and do the test flights and get the data that we need so we could try and at least meet the deadline. I'm gonna try as hard as I can. But once again, here, check this out. I've made ramps. I've made ramps out of panels, and they do work. I've moved 100-ton strongbacks up the... Ignore that one. Up the thing before. It's possible. See? I've made my own ramps. It's definitely doable. Condor's pad was centered around this before. See? I know those work. So I can do it. It just takes some time to dial it in. Oh. I don't want to talk about it. So, what I need to do is go over here, and we need to get the newest version of the crane that we have, which is... It's the LV3 crane. LV3 Pad 1A crane. That's the newest version. And I need to bring this into the SPH so I can look at it. Where are you? I use the SPH for editing most of my craft files because, I use it for editing most of my craft files because it's easier to move the camera controls around. Sorry, mine's going a mile a minute here. So, we can't obviously fit this in here. So, save and continue. And now I'm gonna get the prototype. Let's take Proto 8. And I'm gonna put the prototype here and see. Damn. Sideways. How am I going to get the vehicle in that position, though? So that means we'd have to drive the vehicle up sideways. Instead of loading this way, we'd have to load this way. And if we loaded this way, that would mean my bridge crane needs to be able to extend out to here because the wing would be in the way otherwise. Right? And then pulling the thing vertical. Yeah, that wouldn't work. I just explained it a second ago, Endo. Yeah, scrub back in the VOD just a little bit.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Ismic, 7-month resub. Make a bracket, Ryan. Discovery, Rip Judy Resnick, one of the greatest. Discovery, Silent Mez. Wrong shuttle, man. The Erector would be the absolute simplest way. The Erector would be simpler, S-Master, but we're running into problems with the thing. Discovery was our first mission. Ah, yes, okay. Make the crane wider. Give me a second, Ismic. I'm thinking. I could make the crane wider. That would modify the craft file, and the adapter wouldn't take too long to make. As long as I don't change the hierarchy on the crane, it should be fine. But we do have rails to move with here. But that doesn't necessarily mean that... I was kind of hoping that the wingspan would fit inside of these outer rails. Crap. The wingspan of the entire vehicle is wider than the crane, which is... I mean, it's not, but it almost... Yeah, see what I'm talking about? It clips into the outer
Discovery,
SRBs,
go
which is going to make
up.
this way more difficult. Silent Mez. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Probably thought of this, but what's the reason for not building an elevator to lift the whole truck up? Because a ramp is a lot less simple than building an elevator, Rocky. Straight up. What if it was the side on? Yeah, what if it was, drummer? It fits that way. How do we get it into this position? How do we get the thing sideways, dude? I'm having trouble with that one. Yeah, it could fit this way. How do I get that? How do I get the vehicle into this position? Why do we not want to put it sideways? Sideways fits on the pad, dudes. No problem. How? How do we do that with the existing crane? Rotate it. Rotate it. So rotate it like this. Because the bridge crane can only go out to about here. The bridge crane can go to about here. So rotate it. I can't do it, man. It doesn't fit. Which means that if we did this way and we had this thing drive up, it would need to drive up this way. In which case, it run into the same problem. Crap. Making the crane arm longer, Ishiku, means adding another hydraulic in there, and that changes the hierarchy of the crane. So now the crane's going to be untested as well. I could pick it up, and we could pick it up this way, and then... no, we can't. It can't rotate. It won't fit. Damn. What do you call your KSP rocket organization? Eric Johnson's Space Administration? What was the show-stopping thing? The tires pop on the damn thing. I know, rotate the crane. Now I need to change the entire pad, dude. Rotating the crane means rotating the pad. Of course I can, Infi. It's not an adapter that's the problem. It's the crane. The crane just can't reach. It's designed to integrate single-core rockets. So it's not really going to work too well. Pick it up and move the entire crane over the pad. That will work. That will work. Resega, that'll work. Sure. Yeah. Bear with me. Yes. That will work. Yeah, if I pick the thing up, right? We pick it up, we move the thing up here on the bridge crane, I can move the entire crane with the thing in tow, Delta 2 style, to the pad, and then plop it down on the adapter plate. Bingo. Good job. No, Resega, that's it. I'm going with that. That's the way to do it. Yeah, don't need to rotate anything. Yeah. Yeah, it'll move Delta 2 style, Phil. It'll work. So here. Watch. No, that's the wrong one. Scanning. Long story short, they picked up, at Slick 2, they picked up, here, we'll do this. They picked up, They picked up the core stage from Delta 2 on the mobile service tower, and then they rolled the MST, hanging the core stage and the second stage, right? They picked it up over here, moved the entire thing, and then stacked on the pad. Exact same idea. We could do this. No problem. Thanks, Phil. I knew you'd come through. Look. Nah, I'm confident, C22. It'll be fine. Great footage. Yeah, you get the idea. I don't have time. All right. So don't get me wrong. We will go back to the transporter erector stuff eventually. I need it for the big one, but for the small one, we could still mess with the crane. Okay, cool. So that's the newest version of the crane. Where's the newest version of the pad? LV2 Pad 1A Revision 8. Alright, let's get that out. Yeah, you know what? You know what? I'm just gonna get... Yeah, we're gonna clear that for a second. The crane does... It'll be fine, nuclear. I'm pretty dang sure it'll be okay. All we gotta do is just carry the thing lower to the ground. Alright. Alright, so make sure this is configured. LC-1A pad, lander. Vessel naming is already configured. We're good on that front. Okay, so go back over here. Let's put the crane out. Will the crane be able to move far away from the pad once it integrates to the SSTO? Yeah, of course. It is, MotoKid. Yep. Isn't the crane normally pushed by Kerbals? I can push it with a truck. Sure. Actually, Kerbals would probably be a better application. But yeah, I am going with this option now because I want to test fly it. I saw the second stage venting with Star Lake in front of it. Looked like a huge bubble flying over your house. Nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mile, what's up, man? Sorry for the delay. Just got my PC back up and running yesterday. No problem, dude. Well, thank you for being subbed all this time, dude. My middle mouse button, just want to make sure it's not getting too squirrely. Crane's stuck. It's stuck on that seam right there. I like pushing it with the truck because it doesn't get stuck on the seams as much, but trying, Jonas. Come on, old Glibber.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Push the thing past the seam. There we go. Judo, 4 years, man. If I'm thinking about this correctly, this does mean we have a different roll program from test to production when launching from the erector. It's nothing of consequence, no. How would that be any different than launching it into a different orbital inclination? I'm not going to the same inclination every time. Yeah, of course, Judo. I know that. It's been way longer than 4 years. EJ, how hard would it be to build a crane like... I've made cranes like that, Black Suit. I've made gantry cranes in KSP. It's not that big of a deal.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cheap Guy, 15-month resub. Thanks, man. Guys, it's really not a matter of, because of the deadline, right? It's really not a matter of, oh, Crane's just getting hung up on everything. It's going to be that kind of day. It's really not a matter of what I can and can't build. Most of the things that exist in real life, I can figure out a way to fudge it good enough for Kerbal to understand it. It's just really a matter of time, to be honest with you. Very much a time thing. We have that deadline, so we got to go with the best solution. Cyborg, 10-month resub. I don't know that for sure, Chief, but yeah. Alright, let's make sure that our crane is configured correctly. So all we should do is roll this thing in here, pick the thing up, and then move the entire crane back and put it down. But the first thing is, well, I gotta configure this. Configure vessel naming. This needs to be configured as a base as the LC-1A crane. Okay, everything is configured correctly. And then I need to make sure that the SSTO has the same vessel naming configuration as a payload fairing craft file. Yeah, that should do it. The other thing that we need to worry about is on our adapter, I need to make the flame buckets. I actually need to make some kind of flame trench, believe it or not, because if the SSTO fires, its two engines are going to fire here and here. Or fire into the ring here, and firing into the ring is not a good idea. We don't want that. So yeah, I'm gonna have to make an adapter box. So okay. The crane is actually in position. It's configured. And we should have enough fuel to at least do a suborbital test out of the box. I gotta make the adapter. Yeah, Sneaky, it'll be fine. Yeah, I put the rails going in either direction. It should be okay. I mean, here, you know what? Let's just be sure. Let me go and look. This is what someone was trying to ask me before. I have rails going in the other direction. So I know once I place the thing down that the service tower is going to have to go the opposite direction than what I usually make it go in, right? It's going to be it's going to be annoying. I should have enough track. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. I gotta recover. I'm gonna go into the pad's craft file, and I'm just gonna extend the I-beams. I'll extend the I-beams in both directions. Because remember, we're not bound by 255 parts here anymore, or size, because I upgraded the VAB. I can just extend it. I don't want to move the pad at all. So I can just plop it into the position that it was in. Problem is, it's just hard to attach stuff in the editor from this angle. And this end strut will act as a stopper right there. There. Cool. Save that. And then just plop this sucker right back out on the pad. I'm good, Tack. How are you? That made me jump. Did I not recover the other pad? We've had temporal warp field phasing of the pad. There's 2 pads in 1. Kill it! Kill it! What has science done? Ah! We've had an anomaly? We have to secure the area? I forgot to recover the other pad. That's all. Scared me, though. You awake now? I'm like, what did I do? What did I do? Dude, the reason why I got like wide-eyed for a second there and it jump scared me is because if it blows up if it blows up the actual pad, it costs a lot of money to fix that thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, that just cost me some money, but it's okay. Oh, dear. Yeah, we had a temporal warp field swamp gas reflected off of Venus. Ugh. Swamp gas reflected off of Venus and caused the temporal phase shift. Just look into this. What did I miss? Jeez, how many pieces did it fragment into? For real, alright? I get it. Yeah, explosions cause a lot of debris. This is ridiculous. We get it, Pad. What did I miss? Nothing. I made some decisions about using the suborbital with the suborbital demonstrator or our X-33. I'm not sure about its performance, and I don't want to spend time dicking around with a pad, the transporter erector pad, getting the tires to not pop. So I'm making an adapter plate, and I'm going to make it work with the crane. Minmus Refinery sends its regards. We found a way to clone things. Yeah, Infi, I said mission mode is supposed to be plausible realism, so. Yeah, starship blows up, you gotta go pick up the debris, like, yeah, that's how that works. Okay, so with the extended rails, I should be able to at least get the... I don't know about this. I might be... It should be far enough to get it away. Yeah, okay, cool. Deploys pad in pad. Plausible realism. What? You mean what, Altio? Wait. You're telling me you can't phase things into each other in real life? Oh, jeez. I never would have guessed. That's so unrealistic. Please tell me more about how cloning pads and phasing them into each other is a thing in real life. Finish your damn hotel, punk. With enough energy, that's possible. With enough energy, anything is possible. Sorry, Uni got in the way. Don't apologize, dude. It's fine. I was just giving you crap. It's all good, man. School comes first. Don't waste your time on Minecraft when you're in school, please. All you're doing is throwing money away. Yeah, Heisenberg would like to comment, but he can't. He's not an expert here. I am, because Heisenberg never played Kerbal. Boom. Roasted. Roasted! Take your uncertainty principle and feed it to the Kraken, you punk. You have no power here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Sneaky gifted us up to secretly handy cam.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It's all your fault. You've started listening to automaton covers for the last 2 hours. It's like the 20th Century Fox recorder. Or oh, I'm not talking during this part. Hey, Star Knight. Gleblis never skips leg day, and neither should you, chat. Okay, configure the crane. Okay, crane is configured, and we have rails almost... Actually, are they the same length in both directions? That's almost as far away. It should be okay. I might need to worry about this, but it's alright. Okay. Now we need to make our adapter. The adapter shouldn't be too hard. We have basically the bottom of I'm going to take the bottom of a Freedom 10 rocket, cut it off, take the engines off, and put our adapter on top of that. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Yeah. It'll work. It might work. Public, why don't you go get your frickin' shine box? Mother trucker. Have you put any thought into flying it top down like the shuttle or top up? Top down, core. Always fly belly of the vehicle facing up with wings like that. Yeah. I think. Pretty sure. See you last. Oh boy. Oh, nice, W. Nice. Yeah, we would roll like the, it would be like the shuttle. It would roll like the space shuttle. Is it takes like 1 to 2 hours. Yes, is good do what more like English good speak do what you are? Yes, I know. See you last. Not to distract you from the chug jug, but I'm hanging around. I'm having some trouble designing an Eve Ascent vehicle that doesn't look terrible. Any advice? Eve Ascent? You know what, man? With Eve, with the grav pull, or the gravitational well, you just... It doesn't matter. Just make it work. I'm serious. Probe priority 10. Okay. I need to make a pickup bracket for this thing. But don't worry, we'll modify the launch mount before we do that, I think. Actually, I don't really need the pad here. Don't save. Let's just find a Freedom 10 booster and modify the thing. Where's my Freedom 10 booster? There it is. And this will be LV5 launch plate adapter. LV5 launch plate adapter. Last modified 5/26/21. For use in testing LV5 for test flights off of a Freedom style pad. I've been trying to get into a habit of writing what the heck the stuff that I'm making does. Alright, so go in here like this. Get rid of that. I'm not gonna need the vehicle.
Go and throttle up.
And then get rid of this, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of the mounts, get rid of the struts. Go like this, go here, edit the fairing. Tiger Fang, 29-month resub. Thanks, man. How you doing? Okay, now I'm gonna go in here. We gotta set the fairing as root part, and then bye-bye. Okay, nice. Here's our adapter, and it is. I didn't necessarily need to keep it a hollow fairing, but I'm going to, because that's just more in line with Freedom, with the Freedom rocket. Now we're gonna go into the LV5 pad craft file, right? We're gonna merge it, and I am taking that. And I'm going to put that in there like this. And we got to take into account that that's gizmos, so I am going to have to move this up just a little bit. We can get rid of those. All right, so save this, right? And now we'll build the plate. Are you going to use the crane now? It's easier to make an adapter for the crane snack list. We figured out a way to do it that won't take very long. Because figuring out that landing gear thing with the wheels and whatnot is going to be a lot more difficult. I don't feel like messing around with it, basically. I made an executive decision. This is an easier way to get test flight data, and at this point, I'm already a week or a half a week behind into the big SSDO construction because I don't have test flight data to make sure that it can scale properly with the aerodynamics. So, yes, cranes. I made an executive decision. Just like changing from carbon fiber to stainless steel. I kind of made an executive engineering decision. So, let's go here like this. I'm just going to use an old one here because I know that this area is exactly the same. But this is an old version of the pad, but it has the same adapters on it, so we can get rid of that. So we're using one AR7. I'm basically just doing some background stuff here. Load, and then open this, and then load up LV2 1AR7. Perfect. Hey, Snake. And now what I need, go in here like this, go and find the prototype. Stupid truck off. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to make some modifications to this just a little bit. It needs to have a slightly wider base here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Because I'm pretty sure the suspension will get hung up. But it's okay. I can still have my guide pieces inside of it. Hey, Jude. 1 year. Thank you very much. So truck drives in here. We pick this thing up. The entire crane moves back. We drop it down. The adapter plate, yeah, we could just carry that on another truck. It's no problem. Man, I missed a lot of mission mode. Yeah, Tiger Fang, a lot has transpired. Yeah, to say the least. Can the crane lift it? Sure. Why not? The crane, I've lifted up a full Freedom 10 first stage with fuel inside of it. Inadvertently. I did it by accident when I was testing a new version of Freedom 10 one time. That's easily over 50 tons. Easily. Just off the top of my head. Yeah, it'll be fine. And I'm not just like kind of like, oh, I don't know, it might be okay. No, it will be all right. I just got to work on the adapter plate. Well, the problem that we have here is that this thing's basically going to cook the side of the pad, so I'm going to need a diverter or something to be able to take the heat of the shuttle engines here. Or else it'll just damage the heck out of the pad when we go to launch. How would I do this? What did I do last time? I've worked on this with a Condor pad before. I've made adapters that are... I've made basically a flame deflector that could take the rocket engine and disperse the heat fast enough. Yeah, see, the problem here is that our thrust transformer is pointed right at the root part of the entire pad. We blow up that ring, the whole pad explodes. It's not just a panel or a couple of pieces here and there. What about the ablator plates? The heat shields work. But the flux, 4.52 kilowatts. Is what I'm like wondering about. I already did some research into this, but I forget. We're not dealing with fluid dynamics here, like what would be in like real life. We're gonna heat up the part that's directly beneath the rocket engine, and I basically need to make sure that that part can take the heat of the heat that the shuttle engine would give at full force for at least let's say 10 seconds before it'll pop. Because...
Discovery, go and throttle.
Yeah, that could be an issue. Alright, what did I do here? I made the flame trench out of radiators, and I had all the heat go right into one part. Hey, Rocket, 52-month resub. This is how I did it. Excuse me. That's how I did it with Condor's pad. I had it go into a service bay. What's so remarkable about a service bay? $2,900K. Rocket, how you doing, buddy? Huh. 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 That's weird. Service bay was the door to get under the pad. Yeah. Strange necklace. Why would I do that? This thing, oh dude, that thing does look pretty cool though. It looks pretty cool on this. Just learned about Burundi being defaced. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to. Yeah, cornbread. It's infuriating. Like this isn't just like the, oh my gosh, that just really pisses me off. I almost kind of hope for that, John. It's freaking annoying, dude. Now, why did I choose the service bays? I don't understand. 2900, 2900. The service bays have crazy flux. Now, Snackless, did I choose the... I gotta go back and look. But even if I go back and look, it won't give me an explanation as to why I did it. Did I choose the service bays because I needed a part where they could get in underneath the flame trench? Or did I choose the service bays because they're good at dispersing heat? Sorry, got a message. Alright. Anyway. Did I miss Space News? I really wanted to hear your thoughts today. About what, Jack? I'm kind of talking and kind of working on this and doing Space News at the same time. What's on your mind, dude? Perhaps a 2.5 would be more suited to this application. Lots of Twitter drama over HLS Plus for Rent. Sorry, just tuning in. Hey, don't apologize. It's all good, man. The Rule 8 stuff, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. This is starting it's starting to get into more rhetoric at this point, and I don't really know what to think, really, when it comes to it, man. I hope we... I don't know. Yeah, it's really not good. Annoying, to be honest with you. Yeah. I don't know. It seems like people are getting confused, you know, because they're calling... It seems like people are getting confused because they're calling politicians... Like, this is a really good case example of politicians actually doing what we put them there for. Trying to better their constituents and represent them. And people seem to be getting mad about that because that inadvertently means, you know, supplying... the right way to say it. I don't know, man. I can't say this without I can't say this without pissing people off. So I don't know. And frankly, I don't really even want to bother, dude. It's just not worth it. It's not worth my time. It's not worth my effort, especially with this project going on right now. Yeah, because it means Blue Origin gets money. That's, yeah, there you go. That's a good way of looking at it. And yeah, fellas, I just really don't. It's just not worth it. This is starting to get really it's a really mainstream thing, and it's not really dealing with space policy. So I honestly can't really give you a good answer as to what, you know, where we stand. I will say this: I just hope that spaceflight doesn't get the can kicked down the road, because. Because NASA wants to fund 2 HLSs, and I'll leave it at that. It's just not worth it to say anymore. It really isn't, dudes. Like, and I'm sorry. I wish I could give my kind of full opinion on it, but it's not worth it. I didn't ditch it, ArcSign. I'm saving it for the big SSTO. We figured out a way to be able to test the small one and do more rapid flights with the thing in the meantime. What was the strange puff the Falcon made during ascent? That's called a Prandtl-Meyer singularity. It happens in the transonic regime. The reason it was so pronounced today, Reagan, is because the sun was backlighting Falcon 9, so we got to see it really, really nicely. How about a 60-second brutal honesty segment? No, it's not. I'm not gonna weigh in on that. I'm just not. It's not worth it. No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I won't do that. That's dumb. Yeah, no, it's just gonna piss too many people off, dudes. It's not worth it. I wish it was easier. I really do. But anyway, Buran getting defaced, I'm pissed. I'm seriously pissed. And, you know, I spoke about this a little while back with Buran, how all these punk pieces of crap that go in there and do these damn Urbex videos thinking that, oh, it's an abandoned shuttle. I said how I didn't like those Urbex videos, and people were like, why? Why don't you like the Urbex videos? I'm like, I don't like the urban exploration videos because all it's going to do is get more people in there, and then someone's going to do something dumb and deface the friggin' thing and ruin it permanently. Everybody's like, no, EJ, that won't happen. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? It won't? Oops. I mean, it's permanently ruined. You're not fixing that. It's not like they have replacement tiles. You ain't fixing that without damaging the exhibit beyond recognition. Yeah, it's terrible. I'm pissed. I'm really pissed off. That's really not okay. It's really annoying, and it's counterintuitive, and it's stupid. I thought the Baran prototype was crushed in a hangar collapse. It was crushed in a hangar collapse, B0. Yeah, it was. This is its sister ship. Yeah, the only other Baran that was even ever Buran that was even ever close to being flight ready. This thing was 97% completed. The only thing it doesn't have is like an interior. Other than that, it was not anymore. It was a fully operational orbiter that was designed to go into space. It was destined for its first flight sometime in 1993. And it would have been the first orbiter to fly with people aboard. Yep. Tichka was the one that had the Eklis installed. Or not Tichka, Burya is what it's called. Burya was the one that had the life support systems installed on it and would have flown Igor Volk and I forget the other guy's name. On a manned test flight, a crew test flight, sometime in the early to mid 90s. Yeah, this was its sister ship, and it sucks because it was the only flight prototype that was left because Buran Orbiter 1.01 got crushed in the hangar, and now this one's ruined. It's frigging ruined. I'm not happy. I'm not happy about that. That's really, it sucks. Yeah, it's very, very discouraging. And what's worse is some idiot that that has no idea what the benefits of spaceflight are, defaced it with some tree-hugging nonsense. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for, finding symbiosis and achieving symbiosis with our environment, i.e. don't screw up the Earth, right? Like, I get it. I'm all for that. I understand. But also, at the same time, not happy about this. Yeah, really, really not happy about this. No, I'm Spooky. I'm not gonna sit here and say no. I'm a little annoyed. This isn't. It's not. It sucks. It sucks, man. Oh, before we go into space, we need to learn how to live on Earth. Oh, God, so edgy. Yeah, geez, you're so edgy and hip and cool and defacing somebody else's property. Oh, wow. You're hip. Yeah, fight the system, man. It's annoying. It's a critical piece of spaceflight history, and it's got destroyed by a bunch of idiots. No, I'm not uncompromising on that. That's bullcrap. Screw those people. Can we talk about this? What do you want to talk about? Oh, I don't know much about it, Goalie. I'd have to go and figure out what he's talking about. I did see him post about that, which is cool. But yeah, it is what it is, guys. Kind of sucks, but hey, what can you do? Hopefully, Dimitri, figures stuff out over there and with, acquiring it. Why are people even allowed to go there? They're not. Long story short, they sneak on. Baikonur is too big for the crew out there to like, not police the whole thing, but they basically, nobody watches the building, and that's what I mean. One moron Urbex Explorer does it, and then everybody, oh, we can do that too, and then they all go and do it. It's dumb. And I'm not trying to knock the urban exploration community either. Urbex videos are cool. But this one, yeah. Usually if you do good urban exploration, right? You don't screw with the place you're exploring, right? And you don't show where it is either, but this one's too high profile for that. Like, there's a bunch of great Urbex videos on YouTube that don't say where they are. They just say we're exploring a mental institution, or we're exploring this, or we're exploring this. And they don't say where it is. But yeah, it sucks. I'm ranting, so I'm gonna stop. I'm with you on that one, Dish. Great picture, Lavi. Maybe it isn't blatant enough to the average person to show how beneficial space travel is. Well, that's why I'm here. That's why I do what I do. I'm trying to show people that it's important. But I think one of the biggest things that I try to show amongst everything else that we do here on this stream is that, you know, NASA is one of the few things that, you know, our tax money goes into where we actually see a net return. Why? Because if you have a NASA center, in your district, that's bringing aerospace engineers and jobs to your district, which is, you know, we could sit here and say, oh, my jobs program, right? But yeah, exactly. NASA's one of the few government programs that actually gives you a return on investment. It is a jobs program, but it's a damn good one at that. So just, yeah, I guess take that into account. Big Body, 48-month resub, 4 great years. Cheers, man. So I'm just trying to do up the flame deflectors here. And I'm at least trying to make them not look completely stupid. Make the pedestal silver? No, it's fine. Did you hear about U5 early access? Negative. No, I didn't. Alright, now radiators, huh? So, I did this by making radiators. I attached the radiators to a piece of this in a way that kind of ended up looking like a flame trench. And I had to make sure that every piece is attached to this. Huh. And I'm not sure how many radiators I ended up making here. Loopy, for the small one, for the small boy, I decided to just make an adapter plate because we figured out a way. We figured out a way to use Freedom's pad with it, and we were running into so many landing gear problems with the other one that I really didn't. I didn't really want to keep sitting there troubleshooting landing gear when we need flight test results here, you know? So yeah, it's a little bit of a change, but I'm trying to adapt something that I used with Condor's pad previously. The Condor pad, it was weird. It had radiators attached to a service bay, and those, I guess, dispersed the heat, I guess. I'm not going to sit here and pretend why. I think the service bays might have really good heat flux, I guess. I thought it was so you could hide jet engines for the exhaust. No, well then, if that was the case, why would I attach the radiators to them, dude? That doesn't make any sense. What's the HLS Twitter drama? The amendment to the Endless Frontier Act? No, Novus. It's a, No, people are criticizing them, NASA wanting to field 2 options for HLS because it means giving Blue Origin more cash. Because, yeah, millionaire bad, or billionaire's bad, remember? Yeah, that's why I don't want to talk about it, dude. It's just not, yeah, I don't want to bother. It's not worth my time. Finish the main vehicle? Yeah, I'm working on an adapter for it right now, guys. And an adapter that goes to Freedom's pad. See? SN15 is going to a display stand. Cool. Yeah, Novus, it's all right. It's fine. I just, yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I'm always more for spending money with spaceflight, because at least you get a return on investment there. And I'm never going to say that more money for NASA is a bad idea. That's stupid. Yeah, it's pretty much where I'm at. No, there's nothing else to talk about. Yeah, Loopy, it's a very good case circumstance for people not knowing what the hell they're talking about when it comes to spaceflight, but thinking that they know what they're talking about. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that, man. I'm sure these folks are coming from a good place, but I hope that, yeah, we don't end up listening to them. And this is the kind of stuff I mean about kicking the can down the road. Yeah. But once again, guys, I really don't want to talk about it. I really don't. I really don't. You guys see how easily this can devolve into that kind of discussion, and that's not then at that point we ain't talking about spaceflight policy. We ain't talking about, you know, direction of the space program. We're talking about rhetoric on Twitter, and that's the topic that we're talking about. The hell with that. I don't have time for that. I gotta finish my stupid SSDO. You know, I don't have time for that, man. I really don't. I don't have time. You know what? I don't like these side deflectors here. I'll probably end up putting them over here on the outsides. But hey, the best thing we can do is, I guess, try to tell people that, look, hey, this isn't what you think it is. You're being played. This is not what's going on. This is good for NASA and good for the space program. You know, a lot of folks say, oh, we don't want to give more money to billionaires, and Lord knows those people are right. I agree with them on that subject. But this is one of the few times where we can actually denote where a millionaire, or in this case a billionaire, is going to spend their money and what they're going to spend it on. And this billionaire just happens to be a spaceflight nutcase. I think we would be stupid to not take advantage of it. It's stupid. That's dumb. Why would we not do this? You know, that doesn't make sense. Hey, Ian. Yeah, I decided to make a suborbital testing stand, dude. Not a suborbital, just a test stand using the Freedom infrastructure because it would be better. Not better, but it's Oh, nice, Phil. Thank you. Cool. Anyway, we're going to be working on this till the end of the night. Thoughts on the Sloss article for a topic change? I didn't get to it, Novus. This is taking up, like, all my time, dude. So let's get back to work here. What I'm doing is, I looked at a previous flame trench design where generally with flame trenches, what I do, guys, is I just don't have anything underneath the rocket, just the ground, because you're not going to blow up the ground in this game. The terrain is fine for this. But if I'm going to do an adapter plate, the part where the rocket engines would be, obviously, is not going to, you know, be there. So I took a Freedom 10 bottom and I attached it to the launch plate that we had, that we made from the other pad. And what I'm going to attempt to do is all these radiators here. I guess what I did with the original flame trench, with that other flame trench, was I guess what I did was take a service bay, which has a very, very high heat tolerance for whatever reason. 2900 is almost as much as the heat shields. 3300 on the heat shields. But I guess the service bays can move heat around really quick. They have a very high heat flux. So I have a bunch of radiators here, and the radiators are basically going to act like a pad deluge system. And the reason why I even need to do this in the first place is because if I put this adapter plate on here and fire the engines, the shuttle engines will basically go into the launch pedestal and blow up the entire pad. Yeah, because hiding inside of the launch pedestal is the root part. Yeah, that's no good. I can't blow that thing up. If I blow that thing up, the whole pad hierarchy falls apart. It's like cutting the roots out from a tree. It'll fall over, right? So we can't do that. So yeah, what I'm gonna have to do is, yeah, try this old way that I built the flame trench and see if that actually works. I won't know if it works until we go and static fire the thing. So, I mean, worst case scenario, it doesn't, you know. Worst case scenario, we just damage some of the flame trenches here, and hopefully we don't blow up the entire pad, hopefully. Yeah, Arcsign, well, that's the plan. No SpaceX Falcon 9 launch of Starlink 28 mission commentary? Athanatos, that already happened. That's gone. I already did that. Go scrub earlier in this VOD. Yeah, we already covered that, man. What type of orbit did Apollo 10 have around the moon in terms of inclination? Was it polar-ish? No, not even close. They went for equatorial around the moon, if I'm remembering correctly. I mean, yeah, I would love to cover more launches at Athanatos, and if there's another launch that I don't know about that's happening, which is unlikely, but if there was, yeah, tell me, is there something you don't know? Just make sure that's not fouling on any of the struts. These panels... That panel is basically there so the engines don't end up cooking that adapter plate. If anything, it'll blow up the panel. Hey, Dr. Death, what's up, dude? Nothing's fouling or getting in the way, right? Excuse me. Excuse me. One hop. Soon hop. Hop soon. Hop strong together. Starship, when the hop happened. Hey, that looks pretty good. Yeah, it looks okay. I'm debating doing same vessel collision here and having these press down on the SRBs with SVI. Because this thing might be a little bit heavier than anticipated. But then again, it ain't going to be as heavy as a fully fueled Freedom to actually it will. Crap. Yeah, well, I could always set these to SVI and have them push against that SRB if we need to. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. I think this is good enough. And once again, I'm not sure if this is going to work. We'll find out. Alright, so let's get rid of the prototype. Here's our launch plate. It's definitely a little bit strange. There is one more thing. One more thing, Jackie. Once again, you know, you might call me a little crazy for, like, shoehorning around every strut and making sure every strut is placed correctly. But honestly, I do it for a good reason. The big reason why I make this stuff happen is because me messing with a strut and taking my time to make it look right shows that that strut is supposed to be there. It's a good indicator to me that that is what I put it, that's what's supposed to be there, and I put it there for a very good reason. It's kind of like a user experience thing, I guess, for me, if you really want to call it that. What's the new part count limit? We don't have a part count limit inside of the VAB anymore. Yeah, drummer. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. I am doing a little bit of aesthetics here just to button this up to make it not look as bad. Any launches this evening? I opted for this way of doing things, Doc, so we could get launches today because I didn't want to spend time messing around with the pad, to be honest with you. So yes, we're pretty rapidly approaching a launch here. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of the pad. And it's very clear that we're heavy on one side. It's important that this thing is centered. The center of mass is right on the part where it attaches. That's really important. Looks like I weighted too much on one side. It is the radiators, drummer. Yeah, I just got to figure out another way to get this boxed in on one side to get all the mass, to get more mass over here. Go. That, and it helps making this thing heavy. So once again, this is the flame deflector. And it looks like the reason why I made flame trenches here is because I can't have the shuttle engines pointed at the pad on the pedestal and fire them. They'll blow up the pad. They'll damage it from heat. So I use a service bay to be able to conduct all the heat because that's right underneath the engine, and then the radiators need to be around it to help disperse the heat, and then the radiators basically suck the heat out of this part, and the radiators all up the sides here should be enough. That should be enough. Well, you need to power the radiators? No. Well, they'll be connected into the pad. The radiators are passive, and they all are turned on. Tape, I took the launch plate from the transporter erector pad, and I'm making it into an adapter to go on Freedom's pad because honestly, we're really out of time, dude. We gotta get this thing working. This is an 11-ton transporter erector. Yikes. No, I can't really do that. Think the Pens are going to survive tonight? No, I hope you lose. I don't even know who they're playing, Geek, I'll be honest with you. Islanders are up 3-2. I don't really want to do this way, to be honest with you, but Oh, that's too much. Nice. Oh, that's perfect. Yes. Excellent. I didn't think that the offset needed to be that crazy. Like, I thought I needed way more offset, but I don't. Good. Okay. So, in an effort to reuse as many of the Freedom vehicles as possible for this test, so I'm going to go in here. Actually, the plate adapter vehicle. Is what I'm looking for. F7 adapter. There it is. And take the F7 adapter off. And then attach it to this to make quite possibly one of the weirdest looking vehicles we've ever designed. We've ever devised? Cookies. I don't smell burnt toast, I don't think. I said a combination of devised and designed. Devived. I'm good bad bros.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It had a radial symmetry override on it. Radial symmetry overrides the mirror symmetry in some circumstances, and that's not good. Make sure if you're connecting something like this that has mirror symmetry on it that you set it to 1x symmetry before you go. And now the transforms from the truck should carry over. Transforms meaning that the game will understand that this is in mirror symmetry. That's a transform thing. Transforms are basically data about the 3D space and relationship of parts in KSP. And I don't even know if Unity calls them transforms, but it might. But yeah, I know that's what they're called in Maya. It does? Very good. Because this is a wide wheelbase vehicle, I'm just putting some panels down to make it look like the wheels aren't just floating out in 3D space. And I'm also going to move the seat back so the Kerbals don't freak out. Yeah, it's probably better to put these here just for, this is purely for Scatty. So it doesn't look like the wheels are floating in 3D space. But to save some part count and get a little performance back, what I'm gonna do is just for the front and the rear wheels. That's exactly what they call them? Nice. Well, that's good to know. Actually, for less of a aesthetic thing and for more of a performance thing, meaning I need the center of gravity on this vehicle to be relatively low because we're carrying an 11-ton transporter. It might be better to put some I-beams in here. To kind of make it look like the center of gravity is low on this thing. Why are you being a bad dad, not noticing our 3-month anniversary? Oh my. Because I'm busy right now. I'm going to go buy a pack of smokes, Mac. I'll be right back. Something like that, Spotulous, yeah. My mother was right about you, Mac. 4-month resub at tier 2. Look, we just hit 3 months. We got 6 more months till our Twitch baby is born. I'm good. How am I? I'm good, Mac. How are you? Narrator. He wasn't coming back. Once again, I'm just putting stuff down here. I'm trying to get stuff as low as possible so we can keep the center of gravity low because we are moving something that is heavy. There we go. Perfect. Okay. God, I need to go to take a massive poo-poo. What? Those aren't the lyrics? Huh. All right. Okay, Herbal. Let's go. Did I miss the test flight? No. Oh, nice, Lavi. That's cool. Thinking going back myself, studied computer science back in the day, thinking astronomy or something like that. Isn't the crane too narrow? if we tried to move the SSTO in this area, yeah, but not right there. We're gonna do this Delta 2 style snackless, meaning that I'll pick the SSTO up, we'll take it vertical, and then while it's vertical, after it's vertical, we'll move the whole crane with the vehicle still attached to it. Not the best way and not the most glamorous way compared to the transporter erector, but we know it's going to work. A lot of trust in those wheels. Landing gear? Yeah, I do have a lot of trust in landing gear. The LY10 landing gear is fine. It's one of the most reliable parts in the game. What are you talking about? Now, I don't think we're going to be able to do this with the big boy SSTO, but I don't think we'd be able to do this with a big SSTO, but we can definitely get better test flights. And I'll be honest with you, I should have done this from the beginning, but I was just too stupid to think of doing it. What's that, man? Oh, jeez. Nice picture of Elon, though. Make sure we're aligned. Nice. Isn't rock? Yeah, dude. That's what I keep telling people. You gotta go see a rocket launch at least once. When do you plan the first flight? I plan to do it tonight, Boris. When it's actually gonna happen, I don't know, man. I have no idea, man. I plan on doing it soon, though. Yeah, it depends. This is the easy part. The hard part is figuring out a way to take the SSTO and turn it upright. That's the duff part. That's the difficult part. The post about Duran. I don't want to talk about it, Kem. I get too upset. Now, Kem, you know I'm not for. You know, this isn't how I am, but you remember that whole gulag thing? We should take those people. I'm kidding, it's a joke, but also, you should be punished for defacing a piece of property like that. It's really annoying. They want to take it to the museum. Good. Good. Treat it with the respect it deserves. Duraj, hey, 41-month resub. It's so annoying, dude. I'm... Ugh. Yeah, I'm frustrated. That's frustrating.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, you're damn right, boss. Yeah, absolutely. Caveman, some turbo douche nozzles, excuse my language, went in and spray painted graffiti on the side of the Baran orbiter that's abandoned. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Hey, Jolly Bunny, 46-month resub. What up? Just got back from a little working vacation in Greece. Cool. All right, let me make sure we're still on the 90. Perfectly straight. Bingo. Okay, so the flame buckets for the vehicle are in position, and it's, yeah, within, okay, 1/10 of a degree here. Let's undo the crane and do another alignment check here. Yeah, C22, yep. Yeah, Glitch, isn't that cool? We watched that live. Awesome. The reason why it was so illuminated today is because the sun was behind... The Falcon 9 was being backlit by the sun. So the sun's light was shining through the vapor cones. Very, very, very cool. It was amazing. So cool to see. Think you'll be flying in the next 15 minutes? No. At least an hour out. At the very least. We try to get the other pad working. It's better to save it for the big SSTO. Because the crane with the big SSTO, I'm not sure it'll be able to do this. I'm just happy we get some use out of the dang pad. Oh. This thing can't stay here. Yes. Yeah, that's totally normal. I just want to know how much time I have. Oh yeah, that's when Ace was talking with your favorite character, Forlorn. Alright, let's just make sure this is time warp proof. Yep.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We're good. Okay, now what we need to do is figure out a way to get the SSTO vertical. So with this particular way, I think what I'll end up doing is yeah, right here. Yeah. I too can hold my truck on my head. T-pose. With the truck head. Oh. I hit my 3D printed Raptor. Don't worry. Got damaged a little bit, but it'll be fine. No. I don't know where the piece went. Doesn't matter. Kerbals strong together. So now I gotta figure out a way to get the thing to upright. That's gonna be a little bit complicated. Been lurking since after the Falcon launch. Can't wait to see you Delta 2 this thing. It's gonna be a hold your breath moment, Sawyer. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna sit there going. I'm gonna be sitting there going. All right. So how the heck are we gonna do this? I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit, dude, and we'll integrate this one with the shuttle motors. We went with the prototype 8, which has the lowered nose, which makes the thing look pretty much as close as I can get. I'll risk it for the biscuit just in the name of time, which is not something I probably should do, but what about the top? What about it, Yard? We'll send it without anything up here, first of all, and kind of go from there. What's the plan to recover it? I don't know. It looks really nice, but it's also very draggy. So? Who cares? That's the whole point, S. I want it to be draggy. I want it to slow down. Last time I checked, the shuttle makes a crap ton of drag on purpose. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And I need the panels up here to counterbalance the shuttle engines. Yeah, it's fine, dude. What a nice speedboat. Plasma speedboat, Haggis. But yes. How something surfs over... How a re-entry vehicle, a winged re-entry vehicle, surfs over plasma through re-entry is kind of similar to how a hydroplane kind of glides over water. Yeah. So plasma boat, not water boat. But yes. Motorboat. No, okay. Let's go back to Proto 8. Just like the first stage for Freedom needed an interstage cap, I need a bracket similar to Dart's bracket to pick the thing up. So the first thing that's going to involve is... yeah, I built this in 5 minutes. It's no problem. I'll sub-assemble it for the archives, I suppose. I don't usually sub-assemble things, but... This connection needs to be super reinforced, so... Now, this still doesn't solve my problem of, it still doesn't really solve my problem of getting the vehicle off the runway after the fact, but, it might. This vehicle, the way this needs to go together is something completely different. I'll keep that docking port there, just in case, and, let me go into the Launchpad craft file right here, merge, and I'm gonna have to remake that. Okay. Was 3D printing a stand for your headset? I thought that hitting it with a pair of pliers would help get the supports to disconnect. Yeah, yep, okay, yep, that didn't work. Does it have landing gear? Yeah, of course it does. See? Okay, fellas, I'm thinking. This needs to work more like the first stage transporter truck. So... Oh, crap. Okay. So... what we basically need to do is I need the first stage truck from Freedom 7. Oh dear. Yeah, this thing's a little bit heavier. So, I'm gonna just put this right there, and then we're gonna strut that like that, and it's grandparented to the beam right there. So yeah, that's what we want. Oh. Oh, frick. Alright, so how the first stage worked is here, like this. Give me the truck. Worked like that, and then I had an adapter plate, right? And the adapter plate only was attached to the hinge. Okay. Don't have that there. How far are you along with testing? Yes. Yeah, see, this vehicle... Oh, boy. Give me 1 second. I basically have to make this... So, I want to make this truck so I could just basically drive up behind the thing and just grab it. Yeah. Yeah, basically that. And then it's going to need a bracket on the top, and that's about it. We don't need the holders there. Did I say vessel collision? Anything down here on the prototype? No, nothing. Oh boy. So if we pick this thing up, right, and we do this with it, yeah, that's dumb. It's not going to work that way. Okay. Alright, so here, let me collect my thoughts. So this will work. But one thing though is I have to make this truck has to be shorter than the front landing gear. Alright, it has to be kind of like this, actually. And then I don't need that on top of it, and then these... go like this, and this truck could basically drive up, like in a recovery scenario, it'll drive up underneath it, right? And it, as long as it doesn't get in front of the landing gear, right, we're good. The problem is there's no way 8 wheels are going to hold up 40 tons like this, but, well, it's not really a problem. I can always add more wheels, but I got to be careful about doing that. The reason why I got to be careful about adding more wheels is because when we go to pick this thing up, right, just like my first stages, when I picked up the first stage stuff, we'd pick it up, and then as I pulled it vertical, the truck would slide forward and it would slide underneath the pad. So I have to add more wheels, but simultaneously I have to also make sure that this thing is wide enough to A, fit underneath the pad, and wide enough to be able to hold this thing up when it's driving it around. Yeah, a couple of challenges being presented here, that's for sure. Nothing we can't handle. But I know for a fact this thing is not going to be able to be held up like this. The other thing is that I need a front place to hold it up. And the transporter erector was using that for same vessel collision. So what I'll do is I'll do another test while we're here. I will set that as same vessel and set that as same vessel. And that should hold the thing up when we go to rotate it. Yes and no, Falcon. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second. Now, in a recovery scenario, like I said, this thing should just be able to drive up drive up behind the thing, and we should be able to dock to it. Yes and no, Toma. This plate is going to need to be absurdly strong. Because this is going to have to hold the thing up when it's vertical. There. Hey, Pacey, what's going on? Now we just need to be able to hold up a 40-ton orbiter. That's a thing. So we know that our I-beam track width is basically this. So rotate that down. That's more of the I-beam width. Now, the real question is, what's the width of the pad? So because I can put more wheels here, but we can't put too many more wheels. That fulcrum point seems like it won't allow enough space for the engines. You're right. You're right. Bear with me here. So, watch. Get rid of those, because those were just markers. We honestly don't need those. So then rotate this into position, right? if I make the rotating point further back, and then I use the adapter plate that we used here, only without that, because I don't want it docking to anything. That should do it. We're gonna have to make the vehicle a little bit longer, but length is not a problem.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That was weird that it got rid of the entire thing from deleting that docking port the first time around, though, but it's alright. I didn't click on that, I clicked on the strut, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Hey, Pruffles, what's up, dude? That's affirmative. Took a long day, took a day off. This is looking really good. Right on, man. So, if we do this way, I should be able to get this thing off the runway, drive underneath it, right, and grab it to be reused for another flight. Okay. This is to reinforce this, to make sure this connection is strong. All right, drummer. See you, buddy. So I just got to make this vehicle longer, but that still doesn't solve our attachment problems or anything. But yeah, or mass problems as well. But it should get us closer to figuring this out. There we go. All right, so now, how do we get around this? That same vessel collision right there. And that should hold the vehicle up. And now we have a pivot point. This does not need to have a motor. Motor's disengaged. I'm not interested in talking about it, Bandit. Sorry, bud. Dude, I'm not. It's not worth it. Not worth my time. I'll research about it on my own time, and I'll have something for you later. Much later. Is there no risk of the vehicle rolling, or are the wheels thick enough? What? Yeah, it should be fine. Nuclear, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Yeah, it will roll. I just need something to be able to hold the thing up, that's all. And I'm pretty sure that this is enough. And if this is enough, then we could... We might be able to get away with some things here. Am I missing something? How is the crane tower supposed to miss the wings when it rolls back? We're using the, I wanted test flights, dude. So I'm using Freedom's pad. I've made adapters to get us test flights for Freedom's pad because we're not going to have enough time. Don't worry, though. That doesn't mean that the other transporter style of building is going out the window, guys. That's not what that means. What's going on is we're gonna the roll pad, the pad where we roll it back into the cradle and move it upright. We proved that works. It works pretty well. I didn't feel like sitting there and solving the wheel problems until I get some test flying. So it's not that I don't want to do the other way of doing this. It's that I shelved it. Just for the time being. We gotta get some test flights in, dudes. The pad is taking too long. Now, I'm not entirely sure that this is enough. And I'm pretty sure this vehicle should still be able to fit underneath. And once again, I'm kind of in overdrive mode here to get this stuff done in time, or at least on a relatively useful schedule. I'm kind of just in building overdrive mode, dudes. I think the vehicle can be that wide, and I think it'll be alright. There's a reason why I wanted to widen out the back. One, so we can get more stability with this, but I also got to remember, because we're taking this vertical, it needs to be able to roll underneath the pad, just like any other stage transport vehicle can. So, yeah, this kind of has to be this way. I really don't have a choice. Wallop sounding rocket. Neat. Don't worry, I'm making the push right now so we could get those test flights in. And I'm really trying to go fast here. Faster than I normally would. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite me. And I'm hoping this triple set of wheels back here is enough to understand that this is the spot where we want to pick this up. I don't know if this is enough, but we'll find out. Because this thing is so much heavier. We're gonna double up on these hinges here. 3 should be enough. That should be good. Now, this is the one that's going to move the most, so we'll strut that up. These ones won't be moving as much, but we'll still strut them up. And these ones basically are gonna have the motor disengaged, and the crane will do the rest of the work. This should button this up pretty well. Is EJ launching it from the wheeled vehicle? No, EJ is not launching from the wheeled vehicle. This is just a vehicle to get the thing vertical. So I can put it on the pad. I'm using my old pad to get this to work right. I'm just kind of in build mode right now, guys, so there's not really much commentary, and I do apologize. For that, I'm trying to really get this done quick. Me not talking now will mean more test flights down the road. I just hope this vehicle, I think this vehicle is good. I'm trying to just build out the entire thing in one shot. And this is the stand that it's going to sit on when it goes vertical. And this thing basically needs to be triangulated over. I've got to build it like a friggin' bridge. Might work. So now the next thing I need is just a bracket. Okay, let me just unselect the weird looking vehicle for a moment. Oh dear. That center of mass is really low. I remember I decided to move these. And the center of mass is good this way, but not so much this way. Our center of thrust, I'm pretty dang sure. Oh, frick. Add the top part. No. No. I'm alright. One tick down should be fine. That'll make it work. Is it going to throw off anything on the pad? No. So the service bays that I was using are dead center on the engine. They can survive being moved a tick, and it shouldn't affect placement of anything. That's fine. We're good. It's okay. Alright, so what I need to do now is get the sideways center of mass here. So... there. That's where that needs to be. So now I need to make a bracket that's gonna work somewhat like it's gonna work somewhat like the darts bracket, only it's just going to be a little bit bigger. And I need a docking port basically over the center of mass at the front like this. For this thing to pick up on. And then we need to counterweight it on the bottom with a heaviest part auto strut, and that should get everything to line up. As long as I have my major axis from the side center of mass indicator, and basically that plus sign is it. This should work. The reason is because the vehicle's going to be horizontal. I need to attach to a docking port that's basically going to be in front of the nose, and that docking port bracket will go up and over, and it'll connect into this. The problem is if I do that, this is going to bend. It's going to bend like crazy because I'm reaching up and over. So what I do is I counterbalance the bracket. I make it so when the crane goes to pick this up, the bracket basically goes up and around, and I counterweight it down the bottom. So when we attach the thing, right, the bracket is counterweighted, and the bracket center of mass is on the vehicle center of mass. They're coplanar. So when I go to pick it up, it won't bend and flex in other ways. Because the other thing is that I can use auto struts to get around it. Ferrari tried to get Bottas's tire off with a sledgehammer? Wow. Really? So I'm going to do some trickery here again. Watch. First of all, these I-beams are radially attached. And now you can't node attach in symmetry. But what I absolutely want to do here is make sure that my docking port where it attaches to the crane and the docking port that attaches to the vehicle, those are exactly aligned. They're not exactly aligned. They're one tick apart from each other. So I'm gonna gizmo this down here like that, and make sure that's aligned on our longitudinal center of mass, right? See what I did? They're not that far away. That means that if I grandparent strut this, it grandparent struts to that docking port. That's a free strut that's invisible that I can use. It's a free strut for you, Jib. And now, what I'll do, node attach another piece up here, right, to the 6-axis coupler, right? And take this piece, put it up here. Right? Line that up with the docking port. Then run some struts off of the docking port in 2x symmetry to this, right? And then 45 them as best as I can. You don't want to touch the nose cone, right? Actually, it would probably be better if they were going straight down, just like that. And now grandparent strut that. And that grandparent strut is going to that docking port again. That keeps everything nice and strong. Simultaneously, what I'll do over here is run some struts on these docking ports to the I-beams here. This will make these I-beams basically really, really strong. Because they won't bend. Because what I'm going to have to do is basically create a triangulated frame around the front of this thing, for the most part. And actually what I can do is we can allow the use for node snapping here, because we're already in symmetry. So we can do something like this. Now, if we grandparent strut those, yep, we make a cross beam, grandparent strut that, and then basically put a 45er in here, like that, with struts, and that really is using auto struts and regular struts to make an insanely strong piece of equipment. Now, what I have to do is I have to make sure, well, one, now I got to make the bracket look nice. That's the first thing. We got to kind of spice it up and make it look okay. And then I have to counterbalance the bracket. The reason why I need to counterbalance the bracket is because when I take the bracket off, I don't want the bracket to sway to either side. Also, if for whatever reason I have to take this thing off of the test stand, I can lower the bracket into position and this thing the bracket won't be kind of hanging sideways from the crane. I can place it upright and attach it and then pull the thing off. Oh, stripped. That sucks. Now I'm going to grandparent strut that, grandparent strut that. It basically makes an A-frame for me. Nope. That's not going to work that way. We're getting more Vandenberg launches soon. Excellent. I'm hype. Now I need to make sure that I can pull the bracket this way and it won't cause any problems. Nope. We're all Vandenbergs of Vandenberg. Ugh. Okay. I don't know if this was enough to counterbalance it fully, but we'll find out. Okay, now, in order to figure out if the bracket is perfectly counterbalanced, I'm going to move it back this way, and I'm going to see if the docking port on the bracket is lining up with the center of mass. It's actually too low. Huh. Actually, I mean, that's pretty close. That's counterbalanced sufficiently, I would say. Looks like headgear for the spaceship. Looks like freaking headgear, dude. It absolutely does. Yeah, remember? Yeah, remember, I got my headgear so I can fix my teeth. Music. Okay, one last thing that I need to do, and this is something that I didn't do with Dart that I should have. I'm going to add one more docking port, and that docking port is going to be down on the bottom. It's going to be under here. And the reason why I'm going to do this is because I want to be able to put this thing back onto the stupid truck. I want to be able to install it on the damn truck and not have to worry about, like, tilting the bracket or anything, or... Actually, you know what? It would be better to put it... Basically, just leave it where it is. Then I could install the bracket vertically on the truck and it wouldn't be of any consequence. Yeah, Doom, yeah, I think that was Real Geniuses. That sounds right. Then I can basically just put a docking port right here, and we could drop the thing back down onto the truck. I mean, the bracket will look ridiculous on the truck facing upright like this, but it'll be easier to get this thing off if we have to. No, Predominant, I decided that was going to take too much time. So I made an adapter plate for Freedom's pad, and we figured out a way to be able to lift the vehicle up without changing anything on the crane. And yeah, I'm actually prepping for a launch basically right now. Just hope I did all my math out. Right? I have a bad feeling that this is not going to hold much. This isn't gonna hold stuff up like the other thing is. Even if I grab it by the crane, it'll probably slip. I need some way to get underneath here. I need to be able to scoop the thing. Give me these. And once again, this might not work. It might break. Probably will. In some way. I need a scoop. So this part is attached to there, so it will rotate with this. So I gotta make it look like it's attached. But we shouldn't have to worry about same vessel collision or anything, I don't think. It'll overlap a little bit, but run these struts right back to the fairing. There we go. There goes the infrastructure. It's coming. But see, now if I go to pick the thing up, that's gonna basically be resting in there, and there's no docking port. I'm gonna need this on both sides. Because it's got to hold the vehicle in place. And then it has to be able to slip out. Oh, okay. Okay. And now these don't need to have same vessel collision on here. That's just for when the vehicle undocks, because I undock it first. That should be enough to hold this thing in place. It should be. And I think I placed these correctly where they won't clip too much, and I should be able to slip the vehicle out when it's vertical. Will this have an SCA for testing? No. I've opted to not do that. Derpa derpa derp tonight. I'm basically in a freaking sprint here to get this thing figured out. Okay, I have the bracket, we have the vehicle. It is the strangest freaking thing I've ever seen. Yeah, that's weird looking. Yeah, that's a weird one. Yeah, that thing is, in fact, weird. Yeah. I just hope this was enough wheels. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I think we're good to test. Let's put it over on the side of the Freedom Pad and get Herbal aboard. And actually, I'll test this unmanned. There's the probe core on the vehicle. It should work. No, we should. It is tonight, S. Wait, are you telling me you want to do this during the day? Tell me why, chat. If we test ships in the light of day, it tests so right. What? It's pushing on that piece. It's pushing the same vessel collider thing is pushing on that piece, and it's messing it up because that piece is attached to the TPS. And it is pushing those panels up. So what I did was I set the top of the roof to root part, and that should prevent it from sagging. Vehicle, I hadn't designed the vehicle to be held up there, and that's probably a problem we would have faced when we put it on the transporter erector for the first time, but. Can you launch it? I want to see it fly. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. I'm happy that you want to see it fly, but I'll fly it when I'm ready. Okay, those tires are also too high up off the ground. We need batteries. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Suppose we can go and press for flight with this, or at least do some integration testing. Nice, Hellfish. That's cool. Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. This could explode. During this docking operation, it's possible that it could explode. Or at least crack and strike some of the wheels. It's possible. What happened to the other pad? I shelved it for now, PBJ, because we figured out a quicker way to get us test flights. So the real key here is to get that docking port at exactly 0 and just leave it there. It needs to be as close to 0 as possible. Point 2 should be alright. Okay. Don't explode. Take the brakes off. Close that. Take those. Move those in. Take that one. Lower the damping string. Stop hopping on me. Moment of truth. Okay, so my bracket didn't work at all to hold that thing up into position, but we could still... Yeah, just drag it on its body flaps. Whatever. It's fine.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See, this is bad because now as soon as I start dragging it forward... Yeah. Good news is that the bracket's working fine. Well, Yarg, yeah, no, this isn't the worst thing. You know, it didn't work exactly how I wanted the first time, but it's pretty close. The bracket worked first try, which is pretty cool. The truck transported just fine, but I gotta figure out why it did that. Yeah, that's not ideal. Alright, let's lift it. What's the alignment on the bracket? 89.8. What about the internal robotics? Or the internal avionics, excuse me. The bracket is bending just a little bit. What about the downward facing attachment port? 89.1. Magnetization should be able to compensate for any movement. Oh. All right, well, let's see what this does. Oh. Center of mass is right here. Oh, we're well inside the posts. Oh, yeah. We're good. Easy. Yeah, this will move no problem. Alright, Gledless. Let's give her a little tappy. There's only a 40-ton space plane sitting above you. Yeah, you'll be fine. Oh, I gotta take screenshots for the archives. Yo, that's pretty awesome, man. We're not under it. We're next to it. This bridge crane is one of the best things I've ever designed in KSP ever. Its usefulness cannot be understated. Careful. Careful. Oh. Okay, that's good enough. Alright, jump in. Oh. We're gonna have to run some struts under there. All right, here we go. Yeah, Jaka, I'm a little freaked out, man. I'm like, oh god, what am I doing? This is such a botch job, but it'll work. I know it'll work, but man, is it freaking me out. I'm like, oh god. Oh, please. How does it fit? With magnets? Okay. Alright. Hey, relax. Relax. Settle down.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tig. $89.7, $89.6, $89.9, I'm wondering if these panels are gonna... If that panel is gonna get in the way. 89.7 is no good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Straighten these out. Gagan, what's up, dude? This could just blow up in my face, man. If it does, that would really suck. Oh, boy. $89.8. Okay. Yeah, it'd be nice. Okay. Panel's getting in the way, guys. Yeah, the panel's getting in the way. We slipped out of the first panel, but we're still stuck on the second one. I don't know if Kerbal Construction will move it. I don't think we can move that panel. I think it's too heavy. Banana! You can't unhear it saying banana. No, I didn't scrap it. I shelved it. I found a better way to do this, and right now the only thing standing for me in doing a test launch is that stupid thing right there, the panel. But then again, I did place it, so it is kind of my fault. I don't think she can move that panel. It's a cargo party. Yeah, I think it's too heavy for one Kerbal to move. Come on, climb out. Bonk. Probably take the traverse rate not like that. Nope. Those need to go in a little bit. They need to go in one tick. It sucks to have this problem at this point in integration because now I have to take the whole thing apart. This was the final operation to put the stupid thing back together. What if you removed auto strut on the panel? How about an abort test launch? I can't launch it because it can't connect to the pad. That's what I said. Then Apocalypsis, you said precisely after that, how about an abort launch? I mean, first, it's an SSTO. There's no launch escape system. Second of all, yeah, I can't connect it to the pad, man. Hey, Don, what's going on? I don't want to try wiggling it. Sorry, guys, I have to, all right. Uh-oh, it snapped. Don't explode. Okay. Vitaly, we'll just make modifications to this next time. Yeah, I just gotta gizmo that panel down so it cleans the interface up here. Let me just try something. I'm gonna try a couple of things here. Okay, well, I'm going to take same vessel off. We don't need to use that here. We can use something else. Alright, so the next thing I got to do is make sure that we're pointed straight up. What's the alignment here? 90. Well, that's that. Close that up. And now we'll decouple the node. I'll just have the crane hold on to this. Bro. Wow. That's pretty neat. Yeah, I'm just gonna have the crane hold on to this thing. And then I'll get a fueling truck out here and... Whoa. That's freaking cool, man. That's really cool. What happened to the other pad you were making? I wanted test flight information, not pad testing information, Casper, so I shelved it for the time being. And now we have this. So,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, man. Farhund, you need to take a screenshot for the archives. We're all aligned, so... does that thing not fit? Oh. How did that get in here? How did it fit? Wait. Oh, it's the same vehicle. Same vehicle, so it'll clip. Alright, so yeah, that's no problem. Okay, Glebless, I'm gonna need you. let's not use this method very often. I'm going to need it for flight test data. And then, Jaka, I'm going to build the big pad. We'll build the big pad. And, yeah. So we have to move the pads there, move those panels down, and then this needs some work as well. The holder bracket, it needs some work. Oh, that's really freaking close. I don't like how close we skirt that thing. The bridge crane is awfully close. If we slew off the pad at all, we're going to hit it. I knew I should have made those one I-beam longer. But that's fine. Alright, so what do we need to do here? I got to do a static fire. Just pitch back. Yeah. No, I wanted to go straight up. Okay, what is the name of the song with all the Tell Me Why in it? That's the Backstreet Boys. No, that one that you play. Though now I feel the 90. Okay. I don't know. It's a Robert Parker song. If it was played recently, it's off of End of the Night. This thing totally doesn't look like a death ray, does it? Why am I more hyped for this than Starlink launches or Starship launches? Because you got to see the whole process, guys. With this, you've seen every nitty-gritty detail. You knew what it took to put this thing on this pad. Yeah. Now we just gotta... Now we basically just have to, excuse me. I gotta do a static fire test, a quick one, not very long, and I gotta do some deep throttle tests with the shuttle engines. And make sure that this whole system works. We're really close to flying this. No, we don't need to do full duration. So I gotta burn and I gotta make sure that my flame trench works. I gotta make sure that this works correctly. I need to be able to absorb and radiate the heat. So we're gonna have to do that, and then what we can do is fill up like one of these tanks, or fill up, you know, that tank and that tank in the LOX tank, and we could get it just enough delta V to be able to just get up and then turn around and fly back and land. If we lose prototype 2, we lose it. It happens. This is our serial number 2. Yeah, we can't be afraid to lose this stuff because this is how I said I would do atmospheric testing. And once again, this is the prototype. It has docking ports all over it because of the different systems. Max payload capacity. I won't know that until later. Wait, what happened to 1? Nothing. 1 is was my fuel tank prototype, Mason, that I used for, it was the one that had no skin on it. It just was a bunch of fuel tanks with some landing gear, and I put it out on the runway to make sure that, the chassis was nice and structural. Because the skin of the aeroshell is built around the, around those fuel tanks. Something just moved. What just moved? Crane popped itself out of alignment. Why? Why would it do that? We'll just kind of roll with it. We'll see what happens. Yeah, those panels fixed themselves. Yeah, it should be okay. Yeah, we gotta just test the diverter and make sure the diverter works. Even though that's not really that big of a deal. If I blow up the diverter, it's fine. But I don't want to blow up the pad. If we blow through this, right, and the rocket exhaust goes under here, and goes down in here and hits this triangle, well, guess what is behind that? The frickin' T-37 structural tube, which is the root part for the pad. Yeah. I don't think I need to say why that would be bad if we blew up the root part of the pad. The whole thing will come crashing down. It would be like removing the roots of a tree. The thing would just... It might still stay up. I don't know. I'm not willing to test that. So I have to make sure that this works. Basically, these service bays are going to absorb the heat, and then all these radiator panels that run up the side are attached to that service bay. And we should be able... It should be able to not overheat that. So, yeah. Oh, all right. Okay, fellas, we are doing that tonight, but I gotta stop the stream in about an hour and a half. I have to help my dad out with something tomorrow morning, and it's important. So yeah, let's get a fueling truck out here and let's see this thing fly tonight. Man, this thing, doing what I just showed you here came to me when I was dozing off last night. I was just thinking, I'm like, I made that box on the transporter erector. What's stopping me from just putting an adapter to it? I thought about it. I mentioned it last stream, and I thought about it, and I'm like, yeah. The only thing I couldn't figure out was the crane, because I wasn't thinking... I never thought to move the crane on its wheels holding a payload, especially one that's out over the end of it, but it works. It works just fine. Resega, a viewer in chat, is the one that came up with that. All right. Yeah, Hellfish. Yeah, Toothless, the bridge crane is literally one of the best things I've ever made in KSP. It is on KerbалX if you guys want it. Seriously, the bridge crane is the best thing. That thing is so damn useful. Delta 2 saves the day. Phil, we got to go on a deep dive about Delta 2 someday. I'll like devote an entire space news to a Delta 2, to like the history of it. That thing was amazing. It was like Falcon 9. It was a Falcon 9 for its time. Really, it was that good. Yeah, Casper, let's do it. Gabe, you launched yet? No, but I've made typos. No, I haven't, Gabe. Could it fly 10 times? The test article asks? Sure. Guys, I'm gonna test the crap out of this thing. Really, we're gonna test the balls off of this vehicle, provided I don't lose the stupid thing. I hope the thing freaking flies. That would be nice. Could it fly 10 times? Oh, Delta 2? Yeah, no, it's an expendable launch vehicle. Have you lunched yet? I actually had lunch. I had mini corn dogs for lunch. Yeah, caveman, for sure. This is the part I figured out in my dream. Risega and some viewers in chat were the ones that came up with the idea of just moving it Delta 2 style. One fuel truck here should be enough to get us a nice suborbital flight.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
We have to do a hierarchy check, though. Hey, stream chat. What's up, man? 51 months. How you doing? Is this feeling hypothetical in Kerbal, or is it actually a real thing? I understand your question, Tweets, but I also don't understand it at the same time. Yeah, I need a fueling truck because moving that thing doesn't make sense when it's full. Crane can't pick it up. So, yeah. I just watched the VOD of craning the SSTO up. Did we abandon the hydraulic lifting idea? No. No. No, this is just a better solution right now. This is a better solution that's going to get us test flights quicker, Canadian. That's all. Yeah, that's all. Nothing more. I'm going to save that pad design, Canadian, basically for the big one, for the bigger SSTO. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I will save that, yeah. Yeah, this will work. It'll work. That does look pretty rad, though. I must say. That looks really freaking cool. DAS's Thunderbird be able to launch like this? DAS's Thunderbird does not have the TWR to take off vertically. It needs to gain a lot of speed down the runway, and the wings are doing the lifting with Thunderbird, right? I don't think it has enough TWR to take off from the runway, though. Not take off from the runway, take off vertically. It has to take off from the runway. Because why? Airplanes don't need a lot of TWR because why? A passenger jet isn't designed to fly this way. And now DAS is, I don't know, maybe. I missed the other 6 times you abandoned. Did we abandon the lift pad? No, Jason, I just didn't feel like messing with wheels going over panels like that all day today. I wanted to fly the stupid thing. So I was thinking about it when I was half asleep last night, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take the launch table from the erector pad, literally put a Freedom 10 adapter on the bottom of the thing, and put this thing on a pad because we need flight data. I have a week and a half to finish this. I need flight data for this thing, like, badly. Oh. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I didn't read that part. My patience is pretty good today, so... Hey, it's alright, Jason. As far as I'm concerned, those people are just, they're curious and they're interested and they're invested in what I'm doing, so I can't complain. When I want to, yeah. Yeah, I'll send it when I'm ready. Yeah, that's my ETA. No, I'm not trying to be short with you. It's a test flight program. I don't know what's going to go wrong. Guys, this thing could straight up just get hung up and it could get sandwiched between those panels and do this off the pad. It's possible. Those panels could clamp the fairing and just hold that fairing plate in place after separation. Which is why, you know, we should probably get Glebless and Herbal here and move them. I got a whole new respect for the space shuttle. I'm trying to make something like it in KSP. Good luck. Just with a Mark II plane instead for a deep space flight. But it's so freaking difficult to try and figure out the angle for the engines to for the thrust to go through the center of mass. Oh, you're scratching the surface, Casper. I'm serious, you're just scratching the surface. The shuttle is ridiculously more complicated than just lining the shuttle engines up to shoot through the center of mass. Will it clear the top of the crane? Not sure. Don't know, Clayton. I haven't flown it yet, bro. I don't want these attached to the pad, actually. It's going to give me bad testing criteria for how this works. But it's good to know that in Kerbal Construction, I could help secure the reaction frame if I need to. Okay. No. Nah, I didn't. Bren Toothless, yes and no. No, I didn't, dude. The reason why is I wanted to kill two birds with one stone. I wanted to get launch pad and vertical flight testing data and also horizontal flight testing data. So I never did an ALT or anything with this. This is the ALT. If I test this way, right, instead of like wasting my time strapping jet engines to it, we test this sucker out this way. We words, dude. Words. If we test this thing out this way, I can get more data on how the thing will take off from the pad, etc., etc. Yeah, and it is all up testing, and it would really, really not be good if we lost some of those shuttle engines, but it's not good when SpaceX loses Raptors, I suppose, too, huh? I just want these guys to just back away. Okay, so let's get geared up for a static fire. Just out of curiosity, what's our alignment saying? 89.7. It's good. That's good enough. Alright, so let me turn on auto struts, and we need to make sure that we can do the hierarchy, do a hierarchy check here. It's going to the docking port, which is root. We're good. Root part is up on the vehicle. Which is good. That's what we want. Opinions. No, is my opinion. These guys right here should be set for just pitch control. Those guys are set for roll control. And I don't really have yaw. I could put yaw on these things. Set our staging. Staging is green. So we did an alignment check, a hierarchy check, stage check. Make sure that SVI is on here. SVI is on. And then make sure SVI is on the base plate fairing. Yep. The crane, for whatever reason, got hung up. It's hung up and it's broken. Alright, so let's power on the vehicle. Okay. We're gonna do a static fire here. So what I'm gonna do is open up the crossfeed. Disable, disable. Then it's fairing plate to fairing plate. Then docking port to docking port. Disable crossfeed. Okay, cool. We're tanking it for the first time. Yeah, I clicked out. Sorry. Yep, sorry. My mind's racing right now, dude. This is a big deal. It probably is better if I did a fuel checkout as well. Like, I'm not sure. The checklist for this is just so... It's similar, but it's also really different. Yeah, just real different. Yes, King. Okay. Hitting the tanks with some fuel. Is it a good idea to fill up one side at a time? Doesn't matter. The SAS is compensating for it. That's why I powered the vehicle on, to see if it was me, man. I just want to make sure that there's nothing that's going to make this thing weeble wobble in different directions. Thermal curtain failure. Oh, God. No SRBs. We don't have to worry about that. Okay. Alright, so this is... We're gonna do some deep throttle testing here, okay? Alright. Do a throttle check. Throttle check is green. Okay. All right. Beginning thermal chill down. And then once again, this is just a static fire, guys. We're not gonna fire it off. Okay. Wiggle test. She clipped a little bit. Just a teeny weeny bit. Good to know. She clips on both sides just a teeny bit. It's alright. The reason why I wanted to give these wiggle room is, one, so we could do TVC checkout like this. And two, just in case something weird happens and the engines do this off the pad, I literally don't want them hitting the pad. Now, if it's doing this, and we leave the pad, if it yaws off the pad, we're gonna have a really bad day. Yeah, like a really bad day. I might consider moving these engines out a little bit on future prototype. I don't think we need this much gimbal for this, guys. To be honest with you, I honestly don't think 5 degrees of gimbal should be fine. We don't need the gimbal that the shuttle motors have. Heck, even 6 degrees or 7 degrees. You know what? We'll put them at 6, and we'll go from there. All right, so now we need to do a deep throttle test. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go into thermal, and I want the thermal data in action menus opened up here. So we're going to go over here. And now I'm going to do a quick throttle of these to see what happens here, okay? Of course, Arcsign. All right. We're going to fire the engines here. I got to start off with pretty deep throttle here. And these shuttle engines do need a deep throttle, which is not something that shuttle engines could do in real life. But an aerospike can deep throttle, and these shuttle engines are kind of taking the place of an aerospike because we don't have a linear aerospike in this design. So, yeah, all right, we're going to give it a shot here, and I want to see what the service bays are doing here. I want to see if they radiate the heat like I remember they did. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The radiators are compensating. The radiators are on, yes. $30. Half power. Yep. We lost it. Throttle down the engines. Throttle down the engines. Shut down. It can't radiate out fast enough. It was dealing with it. But here. Yeah. Wow, it's actually going right through. That doesn't mean we won't damage the pad at liftoff, but the thrust transform exhaust is going right here. It's going right through it. We should be, I think we're still good descended, believe it or not. That doesn't mean that we won't damage the pad. And the pad still has the very distinct possibility of blowing itself to smithereens. You just might have a slight, small, just very small case of severe brain damage. But don't panic. Don't panic. Yeah, no, that might make it worse. Yeah. Chat, I just want you to say apple. Oh, wait, hold on. Some of the radiators weren't on. I just want you to say apple. Just say A-double-P-L-E. Just say apple. You might just have a very, very minor case of severe brain damage. Yeah, you're okay. All right, chat. Yeah, you're jumping. What you're doing now is jumping. Yeah. All right, good enough. It'll have to do. Red piece, bottom right. Huh? Whoa. Was that just a oh. That's just a render error? These things aren't hot, are they? Huh. What the heck? You just have you might just have a very small case of severe brain damage. Overlay glitch. Alright, cool. Alright. Okay. I think we're still good enough to send this, guys. I'm pretty sure we are. So I'm gonna top these tanks again. We had 666 liquid fuel left. Ah, that's great. It's lovely. And once again, if we lose serial number 2, we lose it. It happens. Alright, shutting down the engines. Alright. I do not want these control surfaces on when we're on the way up, because we wouldn't have the on the way up if we were launching. We refurbed the pad before launch. Yeah, I need to make modifications to this thing anyway. So yeah, I will. There's no Kerbals over here. The only Kerbals are in the 2 vehicles right here. They're far away. Why not use a heat shield underneath it? Because the heat shields are good at doing that, at absorbing that, like they should. I'll admit I didn't really want to. We could use heat shields. Long story short, I could use the heat shields. If I'm remembering right, I didn't use heat shield on the other pad because I didn't want to have to replace it all the time, because in the older version of KSP we didn't have Kerbal construction. Nowadays, yeah, I could just replace the heat shield if I really wanted to. So Paul, yeah, we could do that. That's fine. Are you going to Mars or something? In my head, sure. Yeah, I could just put a heat shield here on a mount plate and call it a day. I use the service base because they can conduct a lot of heat, but they can't. The problem is it doesn't have good heat flux, meaning that it can't shed the heat fast enough. The heat that it can't shed through the radiators isn't equivalent to the heat that gets transmitted through the vector. Basically it melts. Yeah, long story short, that's a nice way to say that. It melts. Yeah, it'll melt it. I mean, rocket engines do that. Generally, anything you put behind a rocket engine, you're going to lose. Generally, just generally speaking. But good luck with the Islanders in round 2. All right, man. I mean, if it's any consolations, if it was Pens versus Caps, I'd be rooting for the Pens because screw the Capitals. Sorry, Caps fans. I'm a Bruins fan. I generally just hate everybody. But, I mean, I don't like the Pens either, and I don't like you. So, I mean, I don't know what you want. Alright. Even marshmallows? Oh, yeah. No, Van. I figured out a way to basically move it into place without modifying the crane. Basically just hang it from out here and then, you know. You didn't like Jeb either. I'll cancel this test flight, JC. Don't think that I won't. Oh, there you go, Penna. Alright. We have 70 seconds of burn time here. That should be enough to get us up 5-10 kilometers or something. We'll basically just go until we don't have any more fuel. This thing should just launch. I mean, it should... Yeah, it should just go. I hope that gizmoing those engines down didn't screw this up too much, but... Alright. Well, heat shields look to be the solution that we're going to have to go with here, guys. This with the radiator is not enough to deal with the heat from the shuttle engines. So, there is some debris on the pad, but I think we're good. Alright. Set our control point. Banana! Alright. Alright. This is... LLT1. Lifter is LV5. It's version 1. Actually, we'll call this version 0.9, or it's even, let's call it 0.8. Payload not applicable. Orbital parameters, suborbital flight test. Year 4, day 16. Not bad. Only a little ways after.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
5. We don't need a sequencer start, so we'll just go at 543. Payload mass, not applicable. This is the Launch Complex 1A first launch. This is the 95th launch total. Vehicle serial number is basically X02. It's a prototype, so it's... Let's just put 2 there. Second stage, no second stage. First stage is LV5. SN02. We'll just put serial number just like SpaceX. It's fine. Jesse, 613 sub. Will you pitch downrange to test the cross range? I gotta land on the runway, Reagan. Somehow. Mission description. First suborbital flight. Suborbital flight and approach and landing test for LV5. Okay. Let's learn something. No, I never logged static fires before, Hip. I don't want sunglasses tape. I need to see everything that's going on here. Okay, we're T-minus 1 minute and 20 seconds. SAS is online. We're going to begin the engine thermal chill down here. Sending this, guys, could just completely blow up the pad. Just bear in mind, this thing might rise out of the ashes of the frigging launch pad, and I just hope that the Kerbals are far enough away. Well, I mean, usually they would be, unless a part flies over there and kills them. But, I don't think that'll happen, honestly. Jesse, 613 sub. Alright. Okay. It's fueled enough? It's for 70 seconds of burn time, Sneaky. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, not should be. Yeah, it'll be fine. Brakes are on if that matters. It does. Let me load up the body flap actuation control. Body flap actuator controls are on. The TWR, it's designed to take off with a full tank of gas. You'll see the TWR over here when we separate. That's the TW. Guys, it has, look, it has enough to lift the pad. But then again, the vehicle isn't fully fueled and neither is the pad, so it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, shuttle engines are extremely powerful. Yeah, extremely powerful. Okay, T-minus 30 seconds. Report range status. Status check. Go LV5. Go suborbital flight test 1. Ground pyrotechnics are armed. Oh, man. I hope this works. This is a lot of work. Let's see. $15 seconds in game. $20 seconds in real time. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Go for main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition and a liftoff. Oh, she's flying! Oh, she's flying! Vehicle is throttling back. Yeah. Angling those down was not the right idea. We're gonna need to mess with those.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Turning on pitch and roll control surfaces. Shutting down the engines. Locking the gimbals. Yeah, those can't be like that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Flaring the vehicle down. Okay, vehicle's flaring around, coming in for a landing. Everything's looking good. Things flying real well right now. Okay, we're getting in line. For a landing here. Yep. Oh, she flies like a brick. That was kind of intended, though. I may have gone too far. The thunderstorms. Very nice. Oh, this isn't good. Alright, gear. I'm gonna try. See if we can get it. Let's see if we can get it there before stalls. Oh no. Survive? No. Oh, I tipped it too much. Oh, I didn't think we needed to flare the body flap like that, but... Crap! Oh, man. Well, we got the engines back, so... The fairings are freaking everywhere.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How did you hold up? Alright.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tape gifted out 5 subs, thank you. Alright. It slowed down. I mean, that thing makes a lot of drag. That's the point, though. That's how we wanted it. I didn't, guys, I didn't really see it until we, no, 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 no. No, not this. Oh, there's Pathfinder parts. That's good. If I wanted these frigging parts, I would... Nice. Oh no, I shouldn't have... Oh, I lost the F3 data. God damn it. Stupid debris. It flew actually really good, to be honest with you. If the body flap is more than enough to compensate for any weird forces that you might have. I'll be real with you. Yeah, it looked okay. Those engines weren't in the right spot. It gimbal locked the motors on the way up. I gizmoed them down, and that wasn't a good solution. It glided. It was gliding very, very nicely. I lost the F3 data, so I didn't see what got damaged on the pad, but it looks like it obliterated the service bay. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I was talking about on the launch pad, Yarg. That's what the F3 data was. That's the F3 data that I want. I know what happened. I pitched it up too much, and the butt hit the ground. That thing did not, and this probably was because of the offset engines. Yeah, it didn't like doing that. Every time I made a correction with the SAS, it nosed over even more. So I ended up not getting to the apogee that I thought I was going to get to. Did it fly like Collins? Honestly, not enough information. I don't know. Yeah, the stall speed is actually pretty good, Yarg, for what it is. I mean... The chassis is actually super strong. Look at that thing. Where are you going? The chassis of the thing. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm gonna recover this stuff because it's in range. I'm gonna recover that before something bad happens there. save the chassis if I can. It's just gonna go into the water, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do there. I'll send a truck out there if you want. Okay. Offset engines, real big thing right there. I offset the engines thinking that that would align the COM and COT better, and it didn't. It's because I did that with the truck attached to the back, which is no good. Yeah. Hang on. Let me go in here and... go in here. These are all radiator panels. So the crane is good. Pad came out decent enough. That's the fueling truck. We don't need that. Yeah. I really wish I'd gotten to a higher height than that, to be honest with you. Is that a thunderstorm, or is somebody moving a tank around? Do you guys hear that? Okay, Ryan. Yep. Oh, yeah, that's fine. It's bad here in Worcester County. Yeah. Suffolk ain't much better, bro. What percentage of fuel did we launch with? I had half of an orange tank, half of a Rocco Max tank. I'm just gonna recover that. I could tow it, but yeah, we have a deadline. Okay, so we lost 2, which sucks, but it is what it is. Okay. You can't recover parts that are more than 2.4 kilometers away. So those parts I can't recover, even though after that last test I kind of want to. A result happened. Engine, let's say partial failure, I guess. Notes. Vehicle left pad and a bad engine offset caused an off-nominal trajectory. Vehicle stalled over water at... Vehicle stalled during approach and landed short of the runway. But it did release from the pad, correct? And we we know that our for our launch plate, yeah, that's not a good way to do that. What time is it? 9:30. So it sort of works. Yeah, kind of. We still have fuel in the pad, and the pad is pretty. Pad's okay. I mean, it works. I just got back. Did you miss the launch? Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna recover the transporter. Fellas, yeah, that all seemed to work pretty well. It still has the adapter on the crane arm, NASA man. Yeah, I probably need to go and fix that. Yeah. Other than that, it left the pad just fine. Left the pad fine. It cooked what I thought it was going to cook. Correct, Jim. Correct, Portable Jim. Yep. Are we looking at orbit at the end of the night? Always at the end of the night. Let's take a look at the clip. I want to see it if that's possible. I'm annoyed that I didn't get the vehicle back, but hey. One. Alright, let's take a look, dudes. Let me see if I can watch this in, Look at that game face. Look at that game face. Alright. That flew just fine. Yeah. But you could see the SAS is trying to compensate for the engine offset. The engine offset is what killed me. It made the thing basically impossible to control. Also, thunderstorms. I had to increase the gimbal to try and compensate. Yeah, and we took a huge cosine loss right there. Yeah, see, every time if I tried to turn it, yeah, that is indicative of not having your center of thrust lined up with your center of mass. When you go to roll, the thing pitches over. You see that? Yeah, that made it basically so I couldn't get to the apogee that I thought I wanted. And then yeah. But hey, we learned some things here. Here, let's watch this in slow-mo. What breaks? I want to know what breaks here on the left side. This is why I wanted that F3 data, but I'm too much of an idiot to go and figure it out. Hey, Yensid, how's it going? It's going all right. Okay, that was one of the triangles on the launch pad, one of the triangle panels. It immediately roasted it. Our TWR was 2.81 off the pad. This thing was hauling, man. Yeah, that looked fine. The separation was perfect. Looked fine to me. See, we fried the triangle right there. You see the Boston calling lineup? No. I didn't see that. Yeah, if anything, the body flap control, yeah. I gotta be careful with that body flap control. I shouldn't have screwed with it. It probably would have landed. I pitched it up way too much at landing, but yeah, that separation is cherry, dude.
Hi.
Hey.
I'd like to eat this mini cannoli, but you said we'd split it. Thank you.
Women. Huh?
You told me we'd share it later.
I know. I'm upset at the fact that you brought me a cannoli while I was at work.
Really?
Hey, if you look up on the ceiling right now, sarcasm's written on it. You could probably look up right now.
Hey, screw you.
No, Canadian, it happens every time. I suppose if we landed from the other way. Alright. Okay. Learned a bunch from the first test flight. There's a lot of things we need to fix. But I don't think there's any glaring things that we need to fix, to be honest with you. No. Oh, that's cool, Jensen. Immediately end first flight. What are the odds of a second test flight? Hey, what was the most dangerous experience you've had? It was this. What was the second most dangerous? You suck. I don't want to launch a second test flight now, King, because you asked. I don't want to do that. I was going to, but I don't want to now. That's because the content is so good. Don't kiss my butt, you piece of trash. The crane has to set the bracket down. The big glaring things from this is that this system didn't work very well. Hey, Bram, what's going on? How's the SSTO testing going? It's going alright. What do you think, dudes? I think we could do this. We could do it again. Let me make some changes, though, to the... here. I screwed up. I rooted to the wrong part and deleted a symmetry transform by accident. Okay, there was some good test data there. It wasn't the most ideal result, but that body flap, man, that body flap really does work. I did notice that the hinges were drifting a little bit, though, on the body flap controller, for what it's worth. And that does suck. This thing performed well enough, it's just it doesn't really hold on to the back of the vehicle very well. Sneaky, the center panel on it does flex. Yeah, that's why I need to go back over here. That's why I wanted to make a separate transporter file. Because get rid of that for a moment. And then get rid of that for a moment. Serial number 2 doesn't exist anymore. That's I sent that back to the scrap heap. 3 is my new best friend now. The hell? The heck's that about? Hang on, I gotta check something here. Because that thing went basically uncontrollable for a second. I need to see where my center of mass is. Where, if I move these along this axis, where are we ending up? Huh. What the hell? How, wait, what happened here? How does this, that shouldn't have done this. Okay, those tanks are aligned. I know that those tanks are not. And they really should be basically up here, like that. If I move those tanks back up into that position, is that where we're going to be? This should line it up like perfectly. Okay. Okay. And that the nose cone tanks are the differential right there because they're pointed downwards a little bit. Alright, well that's good to know. That's peculiar. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little weird. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Technical stuff aside, she's beautiful. Hey, Mammon, thank you. Alright, well, that should fix the problems with that going off the pad. It is crooked. To an extent. That's a big difference, dude. How far are these things really offset? Is it that much? Can't be. It can't be. I'm looking to... This thing shouldn't have done what it did. That's the thing. It should not have done that. And now I'm a little, like... Huh. Okay. So where's the center line for this tank? That's the center line because I know because attaching the I-beam attaches it on a 90. Where's the center line on this tank? The tanks are all coplanar. Okay. That's strange. And where is this?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The center of thrust is above center of mass. And that is happening because we have the wings down here and the panels. That's what's causing that. Okay. So now... Hey, Adam, 45-month resub. What's up, dude? Interesting. So there is some things to figure out here. Let's put it back into the configuration that it was in when it flew. Which is just those tanks. Right? That's all it is. It's just those tanks. Yep, okay. Yep, alright. Everything is fine. Everything up here is working correctly. The other thing we need to do is go down in here, and if we're going to push on that panel right there, we need struts to go somewhere. So how about I take struts, I put them into mirror sim, and we run them to the fuel tank. So anything that's pushing up on this panel... Yeah, anything that's pushing up on the panel right here, that's the one with SVI on it, right? Oh, it was that one. It should be this one. I believe the transporter erector is picking up off that one. Alright, so now we're back into the configuration that we were in when we went to launch, right? Where's our center of mass and center of thrust lining up at? Oh. So that's why I offset the thing, but offsetting it is too far. Okay. You fly over me on Sunday afternoon. Oh, cool. The gimbal should be more than enough to compensate there, though. But they were compensating pretty dang hard. We can't be that heavy on that side, can we? Yep. Alright, I need an engine mount. We need an engine mount. We gotta mount these engines. I can't put them in symmetry like this and just radially attach. This thing has to be fine-tuned a little bit. Not a big deal, really, not a big deal. The question is, what should we use? Does the center of thrust change depending on the angle of the whole craft? The center of thrust based off where the engines are pointed at. Use a fuel tank, you need extra fuel. No, 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 no. Bad King. Think about what you've done. Bad King. Bad. Bad. What does this thing carry? Nothing. It's a test article. Carries nothing. These things create way too much drag. I know they create drag because of their open attachment nodes, so I need something else. Give me a structural fuselage. These things aren't that heavy. They're only 100 kilos, and it's a strong engine mount. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is go over here like this. And give me a bunch of ore tanks and hook a... Well, no. That docking port isn't... No. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I gotta do some dialing in here. Is this docking port on the center of mass? Is that thing on it? Nope. Not on it. Oh. It's an SSTO, Ancilla. This will lead to a much bigger version of the same thing. This is a subscale demonstrator, so it doesn't carry anything, but it is an SSTO. It'll carry crew and cargo. Not this one, but one in the future. Crap, it's 10 o'clock. Alright, guys, no second test flight tonight, but second test flight tomorrow, okay? I'm serious. Yeah, no second test flight tonight, but we excuse me. But we will get a second test flight tomorrow. I gotta line up this stuff, for the most part. Yeah, this stuff needs to be aligned. Not so much the docking port. Now I know that the docking port isn't aligned, but that's okay. Thanks, Mayor. It doesn't move up and down depending on fuel, Vin. It just moves up. It is a linear movement. It's a linear movement depending on the tank draining, okay? So, we can plot out points if you want. I could plot points with the flags here. I have flags that have checkerboards on them, and I can use them to mark things. Take a look. Let's go over here like this. All right, let's do some research here. Oh, yep, those are not full. Okay. Let's attach the shuttle motors, right? What I will do, honestly though, is just I'm gonna have the shuttle motors in symmetry, but I want an engine mount for them. It's just so I can move them as one thing. Okay. So, right here is our dry COM, right? That's our dry center of mass. It lines up pretty much exactly with my other one. Alright, let's figure out our center of mass movement, alright? And we'll see if our gimbals can compensate. Yeah. It needed an engine mount, Sneaky. I was gonna recover too, even if we got it back. I was gonna recover because I knew there needed to be changes. I knew I wasn't gonna get it right the first time, dude. Nobody ever does. It's like doing the jump program. Everybody fails on the first try. Right, Trin? Alright, cool. So there's the indicators, right? Let's plot them. We'll plot them as points with the flags, okay? So, That's the dry COM, right? Now let's fill this thing up with fuel. And let's see where it gets us. But honestly, the thing didn't fly it flew fine. I just didn't have the airspeed to reach the runway. The thing flew great. I was in complete control of that vehicle all the way to the ground. This kind of actuating the body flap really kind of screwed me up, and I needed to increase deflection angle on those. I was in perfect control. I was able to steer it and get it lined up with the runway. So it looks like all of our messing around in here, balancing the wing panels with all this worked out pretty dang well, to be honest with you. I'm not too incredibly unhappy with how the vehicle flies. Serious, the thing flies fine. A lot of people ask, how did it fly compared to Collins? Collins obviously flies better because it gets back to the damn runway, but I think I might have been making a little too much drag out back, to be 100% honest. I designed it to make a lot of drag coming out the back, but I didn't want it to make that much. But then again, I'm gonna need another shot where this thing gets to the full, like 10 kilometers up, and then I'll have it so I'll fly it back and have it come around. They're not bad, Yarg. It's just, yeah, not ideal. I don't know what else I should put back here. Because it looks like that otherwise. Which, I'll admit, it doesn't look the worst. I didn't... crap. I didn't hit the save button. I'm sorry, guys. Let me just make these final changes and, flags? Yeah, I suppose. I might end up just keeping the back open, man, even though it looks stupid. Alright, let's just do some plotting out. But hey, that was a pretty cool test flight. I'm happy it left the pad without cooking it. That really made me pretty happy. I know this is a test, but I think you could take advantage of the length and the levers to adjust mass a bit around the middle front back to save weight while still keeping your center of gravity where you want it. I agree, Nulty. Yes, I can take advantage of physics to make it fly. Yes. I don't know what that means. I'll be real. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean? I could put more panels at the front and put less panels here? Yeah, I could do that. And then I have a bunch of wings right here instead. And those wings have moment over my center of mass. The reason why I put wings here is because these are just tugging out in this direction. And while they do generate lift outside like this, right? It's pretty much aligned with the center of mass on this axis. So it's going to have minimal moment over it. It should be enough for it to compensate, no problem. The other thing that I'm going to add that I noticed that we should probably put in is this thing. Like, Nulty, I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me. And once again, I don't mean any disrespect with these comments, guys. I just don't understand what you're trying to say. Don't get me started, Reagan. Heavy panels and how you barely have cargo capacity. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but yeah, I know. Yeah, Nulty, you don't understand. That upsets the balance of the vehicle. Like, badly upsets it. Even if I replace these things with other things, to try and get mass back. At the end of the day, it's an SSTO in a game where the mass fraction on fuel tanks in KSP sucks. There's only so many ways you could do it. It's a zero-sum game. I'm dead serious about that. It's a zero-sum game. You could try to say, oh, we'll improve this, we'll improve that. Yeah, you're going to improve something, but you're going to take away from something else. And I'm not saying this is exactly perfect either, but it's pretty close. It wasn't bad for a first attempt. We can hone it over time if we really want to. I need to get more data. I need to get more flight data, so that means more launches. Guys, you don't understand. The pad's ready to go. The pad's good to go. The plate on the pad we fixed. Here, actually, that reminds me, while I'm here, let's go to the plate adapter right here. There. Also, these things don't work. We're going to need heat shields. Let me leave a note. This needs heat shields. You doofus. Actually, that should fix it. Any heat that the heat shield can't flux out should flux off somewhere else. There. Cool. Alright. Other than that, this all works pretty right, actually. No, jet space. Alright, now let's go back over to the prototype. Guys, I'll be honest, I was in, like, total control of the vehicle, which really makes me happy. It means that I know what I'm... It basically means that I know what I'm talking about. The vehicle performed fine. It got to a point where the vehicle performed so well that I recognized that it was stalling and was able to compensate. Every input that I put on the vehicle to try and compensate for stalling, the vehicle accepted and did what I want. I didn't try to nose up and the thing nosed down. I nosed up and the thing nosed up. I tried to yaw to one direct. Well, I didn't have any yaw control, but I rolled and then pitched up, performed fine. The only thing is that these things didn't have the rate of deflection that I was really looking for, but the body flap more than compensated for that. We could trim that sucker out. And the body flap here can compensate for differential payload mass. And now that I added the speed brakes up top, like the shuttle, this thing really, yeah, no, I think we spent a lot of time in here getting this right, getting that center of lift balance right, and it really freaking paid off. I spent a lot of time right in here. Now, does that mean it's going to fly through re-entry? I don't know. It's a good indicator, though. It accepted all commands, though, dudes. That's pretty freaking cool for a first try. I'm very impressed with how 2 performed. And then, like I said, the result of me screwing that up wasn't that was, I'm not gonna say it was pilot error because I don't know how the thing flies. That was my first time flying it technically, but it performed pretty damn well, actually. Yeah, no, it flew great, Hellfish. I was able to command that vehicle perfectly. Like, I'm really happy with it. I know I changed the SVI over last time, but there we go. That should make it, I know that Sneaky Ninja in chat said that this thing was weeble wobbling around a little bit. It shouldn't weeble wobble anymore. And then another strut, another set of struts that I could run here can go from wing to fairing like this. So now the wing system should be locked back into place. Also, this needs auto struts. It didn't have auto strut. And that's root. I don't want that set to root part. No way. Good. Yeah, guys, I'm pretty happy. Pretty happy. We're gonna do another test flight tomorrow, don't you worry. Going for flight 2 tonight. Reagan, I have to help my dad with something early tomorrow morning. It's gonna be early tomorrow, which means I need to get up at 6, which means I should probably stop pretty soon. I tell you what. So here's the thing. I'm basically, actually, before we get into that, let me just redo the engine mounts, guys, and then I'll talk to you guys about what we're gonna do tomorrow. John, we'll do another suborbital flight test. I'll basically try to mimic OFT, or that first suborbital flight. I'm going to do that. And then, we'll go for a higher suborbital flight, and then I'll go for the full orbital flight. I want another suborbital flight, or low suborbital, high suborbital, and then we'll install a fuel tank payload in this thing and go.
Discovery,
Those 3
go
test
at
flights should happen tomorrow. I really don't see any particular thing that's going to keep me from doing those. Save for if the pad blows itself to smithereens, which it might. It's possible. I mean, I really hope that doesn't happen, but... Let me mess with the center of mass thing here, and then, once again, I'll tell you what's going on. Pop EJ jam session when? Well... Yeah, we gotta do that. Zonic, 48-month resub. Thanks, man. It looks definitely sharp with those. I'm capping it went okay. It went all right. I lost the vehicle because I misjudged how much deflection the body flap can actually... I tried to use the body flap as an elevator, and I did something like this, and the whole vehicle went like this on landing, and it tapped the tail end. It doesn't take a hit very well, I'll be honest with you. But that's okay. Zonic, that's 4 years of subs. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. How many parts are we at? 372? Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Anyway, plotting center of mass. Let's figure this out. Duh. 1 bit. Okay, that's perfectly lined up. So there's our dry COM. Now let's try to figure out how far this thing is going to move. Thanks, Sonic. I appreciate it, man. Other than that, though, it flies? Yeah, it flew. Everything that I commanded the vehicle to do uncapping, it did. Which is good, to say the least. I mean, the only thing is that I crashed. And that does suck. Basically, don't hit the ground with this thing too hard. It'll just fall apart. But then again, that's pretty much the case for any vehicle, don't you think? Any aircraft, you don't really want to hit the ground too hard. I wish I'd gotten some landing data on it, but we can get that tomorrow. That's no problem. But everything did work, dude. I'm pretty happy. So we filled up all the tanks. I'm gonna hit save, and let's figure out where. Okay, so it does slightly go up. Just very slightly. Crashing's bad, okay? Yeah, you shouldn't crash. Okay. So if we look center point to center point, we do have a slight rise. Let me unload it. The center of mass drifts upwards just a little bit. Or no, it drifts upwards when we're full of fuel. Which is right. That's correct. Because when we're out of fuel, the dry mass isn't... The main mass is not up here, it's down here. It's the wings and stuff. No, Bagel Buddy. Shuttle engines... Yeah. No, I'm sticking with the shuttle motors, dude. Alright, so there's our differential mass between wet mass and dry mass here. Now, first of all, let's check something. There's a few things that we can learn from this. Okay, so that's our fuel drain. From there to there. That's the shift that the center of mass will do over time, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. What's the degrees on this? About 5 degrees. Okay. Okay, so because it's 5 degrees here, if I lined up my engines with this, that means on a full fuel load, our engines are going to be 5 degrees turned, right? They're going to be 5 degrees gimbaled at liftoff to try and point through that center of mass, and the vehicle's going to slew off the pad towards the vertical stabilizers. So if this is the belly of it, it's going to go this way. Now, vehicles slewing off the pad like that is not that big of a deal. We could minimize this, though. We could minimize it by putting it right here. If the engines basically split the difference, right? If we split the difference, that means the engines only need to vector 2.5 degrees in either direction, and slowly on the way up, they'll move more over into another direction here. I'm a little upset that this thing kind of did that, to be honest with you, but it's okay. Honestly, for an asymmetric vehicle, I'm amazed we're that close. So let me move this back here like this, and let's do a couple of tricks here. So that crap, I don't know where that went. All right, this I-beam right here is on our center line. That's the center line of the vehicle, lined up with the payload attachment fitting. Now, we are a little bit offset, but that's okay. That's not that big of a deal. Seriously, that's not a problem. The hold down points you ideally would want kind of spread over, right? Nah, we don't need RCS. We have vernier engines, which I didn't test. I should have, but I didn't. We should have tested those on the pad, but it's okay. We didn't really fly. We'll test them tomorrow. All right, so now, see what I'm talking about here, though, guys? That's the difference between both of our center of masses here, okay? That's the center of mass on dry fuel load and the center of mass on a wet fuel load. See what I'm talking about? Look where the engines are, and look where our center of thrust is compared to that. Our center of thrust, even with the full fuel load, is still way too high. Way too high. All right, so I'm going to take this, and I'm going to gizmo that down. Take this, I'm going to gizmo that down. Actually, we don't need to do that necessarily just yet. The engines are still... Yo. Now, hang on. Let me just move this back over. Okay, so is that the median between dry and wet center of mass? It is. And we're using the top of the I-beam. The top of the I-beam is the indicator. It's custom. Okay. It is, Yarg, but I moved them there. That's where they were. Which is more in line. Yeah. That's more in line with... Alright, hold on. Let me move this I-beam, and I'm going to put the I-beam right there. The top of that I-beam is my center line. Yeah. It's not center line. That's where we are with a full tank of gas. Okay? So this is where the engines were on SN2. This is where the engines were. I gizmoed them down. And that's where they were. And it's good enough. It's good enough to compensate. But as you get higher and higher... Yeah, that's right. I did compensate correctly. I mean, this is closer to empty center of mass than it is to not empty center of mass. But, I mean, this is where the engines... That's where the engines were mounted before. Which is... pretty good. If I meet in the middle, though, right there, these should need minimal gimbal to compensate here. 5 degrees total movement at best, because there was a 5-degree slope between dry center of mass and wet center of mass. What about weight? Well, Badger, the panel. That's why I have the panels there, bud. Panels are the weight. Oh, yeah. All things going well. Yeah, Rocket Guy. Dude, it flew. It flew really good. It made a lot of drag, though. I had some control problems off the pad because I didn't line up my center of thrust with my center of mass. just all the design work of shifting everything. I actually never bothered to line up my center of mass and center of thrust because I spent so much time getting the thermal protection system figured out. So when I launched it, I had a little bit of a cosine loss. The gimbal on the shuttle engines compensated, but it got to a point where it was pretty uncontrollable. But it ended up pitching over too much, right? I only launched it with 2 tanks full, like that's it. So it ended up doing this. But I'll tell you, once I flipped these control surfaces on, right? Everything I commanded the vehicle to do, it did just fine. Problem is, I didn't get high enough. The fact that we pitched over so freaking far, I had to go turn around and come back and try and land on the runway. Because we pitched over so far, I couldn't get it back, and I ended up stalling short, and I crashed into the beach. But I didn't crash because the vehicle was uncontrollable. I crashed because I flared the body flap at the last second to get the nose up to try and match the angle of the beach. But I didn't get the angle right. And it ended up touching down tail first and then slamming the nose hard into the ground, X-15 style. And we did lose the vehicle. I did get the shuttle engines back though. So Rocket Guy, aerodynamically at slow subsonic speeds, it flew fine. The thing stalled at like, I don't know, 50 meters a second, which is, it generates too much lift. But it's alright. It did create a ton of drag off the back, which it should have. The fairings and the way I configured the fairings worked exactly how I thought they would. They were making insane amounts of drag. The panels were making drag as well, but I'll admit, I didn't really want that. I don't know. It may have been making too much drag, but the fact that the engine problems may have been clouding my judgment on that one. We're going to need to do another suborbital test, and I really need to see what this thing does out of the box. How many knots is 50 meters a second? 120 knots. No, 100 knots. Yeah, around 100 knots, Tom. What about the intakes? The intakes are closed. They weren't making any drag. So, Rocket Guy, I plotted this out with flags. Now, those I-beams are screwing it up. But essentially, that flag is my dry center of mass, and that's the wet center of mass. So, what I'm going to try to do is mount the engines halfway in between. So, basically, I want to try to get my center of thrust and center of mass completely aligned about halfway up, when the aerodynamics get hard and we really need that control authority with the gimbal, right? And then as we get higher and higher, so the engines will start over here, and then as we get higher and higher, they'll end up moving to one side. So they'll start pitch down, and then they'll move to pitch up over the ascent regime. And that once again, shuttle engine gimbals should be able to compensate for that, no problem. So what I'm trying to do is get my center of thrust to split. The top of this I-beam here is dry COM, and that's wet COM. So if I split it and put these right there, should work just fine. Do you know what would be super useful for KSP? A data recorder. Yeah. This is dry. The top of this I-beam is the dry COM. The top of that I-beam is the wet COM. So full tank of gas, no tank of gas. If I put it halfway in between, it should compensate just fine. Because before, I had it here, and then I noticed that that's not very good at all. Yeah, that's no good. And then I gizmoed it down here. I noticed that that wasn't good either, and that's not really much better because, yeah, that's below both of the center of masses. So I can't absolute snap one of these things. We're going to need to put them down here. And it has to be kind of a custom mounting point, if you will. Right? Right there, for the most part. Are you measuring wet mass with payload? No. I'm not. I mean, what happens if I put payload on top of this? Just out of sheer curiosity. If I put 3 tons of payload on here, up and where I would expect the payload bay to be, where are we gonna end up? It's gonna shift the entire plot up. Banana. Okay, so that's 3 tons of mass up there. And just out of curiosity, once again, let's see, where does this get us? And if this goes up like this, yes, that's more than enough for the gimbal to compensate. But once again, interesting. Okay, all right, I'm gonna leave this. The to do here is fix the COT and control point offset. The control point was offset. Oh, that's why it acted weird. If neither of these are on the center line and the control point isn't on the center line, it's going to pitch what if you try to roll and your engines are offset. Got it. Okay, cool. Yep. COM, COT, and control point offset. That's what we got to mess with. And that might mean putting a payload bay up here. Hey, Isaac, what's going on? Cool. 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 Yeah, okay. This isn't a problem. It's more control point than anything, guys. My control point wasn't lined up with my center of thrust. If my engines are down here, and I command the engines to pitch, what is that going to do? It'll pitch just fine. But if I command them to yaw, right, and say both the engines went like this, right? If I commanded it to yaw, the center of thrust is pushing over here. It's not pushing exactly lined up with it, it's pushing below it. Okay, it's a control point problem. It's not an engine problem. I was going to say, those margins are way too close. The margins are way too close to... The shuttle engine should be able to compensate just fine. Here's what I should have done. Take this, literally, do that. Or just leave it there and leave the engines mounted just the way that they are. All right, we're good. I actually don't think I need to mess with it at all. We test fly 3 tomorrow. We test fly 3 tomorrow. Guys, I gotta stop. I have to help my dad out with something in the morning. Now, if you stayed to the end of the stream, thank you very much. I know a lot of people dipped out because chat basically died after the test flight, which is fine. That's okay. So, here's the thing. Deal. Here's the deal. Here's what we could do. I have to help my dad out with something. Basically, I gotta drive. We need two. It's one of those situations where you need two people. Like, you gotta drive somewhere, and then you gotta drive back. You gotta drop somebody off, take somebody. It's basically playing shuffle. Think about it how you do it in My Summer Car, where you have to drive somebody somewhere, and then you either have to stay there or have to come back. Blah blah blah. So here's the thing. I need to wake up at like 0600 to help my dad out with something. I got to drive him somewhere. All right? And long story short, I have to drive him somewhere, and then I'm free basically from 7 till, I don't know, sometime in the afternoon, sometime in the early afternoon, so 1, 2 o'clock. What I could do is, because I need to be around the house, right? Because I have to drive my dad back to his house. I can't just pick him up, drive here, and start streaming. What I could do is tomorrow I could do a truck stream in the morning if I have time. I could drive him, get that stuff done, come back because I have to drop him off somewhere. Come back. I could work on the truck. No, John. No. Nothing like that. You could also nap. Nap is valid. Or I could do a truck stream, right? And then we could come back. Like, the truck stream could go until he needs to be picked up. And then I'll take a break, go pick him up, drive him home, come here, and then jump right into Space News. Jump right into Space News and Kerbal right after that, the test flights. We'll basically test flight right away tomorrow. We have everything figured out. There's nothing else that needs to be changed. So, you know what? It depends on how much sleep I get tonight, but I'll set the stream start time to like 3 o'clock. I'll say, streaming at 3 p.m. because either way, I need to go and pick him up because my mother can't because she's working. So I gotta go pick him up sometime in the afternoon, and I'll be back at 3 at the very latest. So I figure, if we have that time in between, I could truck stream, and we'll get some work on the truck done because I didn't do it yesterday because I was doing something else. I'm not gonna lie to you. I played 18 holes of golf yesterday. It was great. Kicked my butt, but it was great. But anyway, so I might see you guys tomorrow morning. I might not. If not, I'll see you in the afternoon. Oh, nice, Tom. Heck yeah. So once again, I'll see you guys tomorrow. If I don't see you in the morning, it'll be in the afternoon, but I will see you tomorrow, and we will do test flights. Hopefully I can get one back in one piece, go fish it off the runway, and bring it right back. Hopefully. If we can do that, we'll be in pretty good shape. Let's see who's still streaming here. Who's still out and about? Charadra's streaming. Let's go see what Charadra's up to. He's driving trucks around, even though he's driving a crap box Chevy. Let's go see what he's up to. Good progress today. Thanks, Jim. Go see what Charadra's up to, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I can get a truck stream in. If not, I'll see you in the afternoon. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the first flight. Didn't end very well, but we'll get there. It flew, guys, that thing flew really well. It flew better than I thought.